Hello, everybody. This is Joseph Hasek, and welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live. We got a great show for you tonight. We're starting a little bit earlier yet again, and we're going to start with a newcomer who's going to bring his show to the Fired Up Network. In fact, you could hear it already on the audio side where we have 212 platforms. His name is Drew. He's inside the game, esports, and video games extraordinaire. Here we go with that interview. Hey everybody, this is Joseph Hasek, and welcome back to the Fired Up Network. Welcome back to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live, and welcome to the newcomer. And I'm really fired up about this. If you're a video game fan, this is the end all to be all. They get inside the game like no other. All right, it's Drew from inside the game. All right, Drew, you're going inside the game. So
Yeah,
tell everybody we're going to pick up your show on a weekly basis and then go on daily basis there. Tell everybody what is inside the game, where you're at, and the love of video games. Where did that come from?
absolutely. Joe, hey, thanks for having us. First of all, Inside the Game is a small crew. We love what we do. It's video games every day, inside and out. It's what we breathe. It's everything that kind of involves around what we do, right? We cover the video game industry with ITG Daily each and every day. We bring you the hottest in gaming news, the latest leaks, the breaking news, the hot moments, everything you want to know from each and every day. And then we have a weekly show called Inside the Game where we break down those games, where we actually bring you inside the game and review those, give you our thoughts, our opinions, usually in a conversation where there's two of us who review that particular game. Jedi Survivor, well, that was a special one. There was three of us on that one. So, there's a lot to always talk about. Video games are always evolving. It never ends. Passion, though, Joe, came at an early age thanks to my parents. My parents are big gamers, too. So I just kind of grew into it, right? And then from there, man, I just couldn't stop. You can't lay this down. You got to keep going. Metal Gear Solid 3 is my favorite game of all time. Snake Eater is such a beloved game. And well, there's some rumors that it's going to be here just as of tomorrow on the PlayStation Showcase. So, yeah, lots happening, man. Lots going on.
All right, so is there a genre that, for me, I'm a sport, well, I deal with sports. I'm a
Yeah.
sports gamer, Madden, NBA, and NHL, and all that. But is there a genre for you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's stealth. Stealth is my genre, right? It's Metal Gear Solid. It is Splinter Cell. Maybe one day we'll get Sam Fisher back in action, but it is that love of sneaking up behind somebody and then taking them out like they didn't even know you're there. Hitman, walk in the front door and then leave after your mission is complete through the front door again. It's awesome.
All right. Now, you mentioned you've been doing this for years. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the evolution of when I first started off. It was in television or ColecoVision. I don't know if you, or Atari. Okay. The sticks.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And then you have, Nintendo and stuff like that. Now, I'm going to ask you PlayStation 5, Xbox. I'll ask you which one you think is better, but later on. But where do you see this in 2 years? Forget about 10 years, in 2 years.
In 2 years, I think we're going to see the next evolution of the Nintendo platform. I think we're going to get a new Switch. I think for PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X and S, we're going to have that mid-generation console cycle once again. We had it last generation with the Xbox One. It had the Xbox One X. We had the PS4. We had the PS4 Pro. I think we're going to get that once again, stepping up with PlayStation. There's enough advancements in technology that's always evolving in something faster load speed, right? Better graphics. There's constantly pushing that tech. We're going to have the PS5 for those who aren't able maybe to afford the next step. But I think if there is the opportunity, PlayStation and Xbox is looking for that next leap, and they're always looking to push the boundaries of gaming. This is where we're going to be heading next.
So when you talk about pushing the boundaries of gaming, is there any boundaries for pushing the boundaries?
There's always something that kind of holds back developers in one retrospect or another, right? There is that little bit of, if we only had a little bit more power, we could then produce this. And then you start to question now with Jedi Survivor, Hogwarts Legacy, some of these games that have been out, God of War Ragnarok, go, man, can they look any better? Can they run any smoother? Right? Gorilla had to actually slow down the load time so that when the little blurb at the bottom comes up with that little tip, well, they had to actually introduce X buttons so that you can then move on to the game because it loads so fast that people were just skipping over it. So there are advanced already, but yeah, Joe, they're always looking to push it, man.
Well, let's push it here. Okay. When you started out, maybe there was five, six people watching your shows and all that.
Yeah.
Now tell everybody, because we went on the fast channel, we're on everywhere, okay? So but you're on some certain specialized platforms and all that. And tell everybody, I don't know if you want to share this, but when you have a little back in the 80s and what we talked about ColecoVision and all that, there were
Yeah.
two players with sticks, okay? Now there's, well, I'll ask you, how many viewers or listeners you get?
On average, our daily show is pulling in around 20,000 views a day. So it's nice to see that come around, right? And the weekly show is pushing around 30. We can't complain at all. And then that's just one network we're on currently. And then there's the multitude of networks we're also on. So, we're not doing too shabby at all, Joe, but it's nice to add up the Fired Up Network as well and have a broader reach and another audience to kind of talk about games with us.
All right. And do you find, because when I interview sports athletes, I always
Mhm.
ask them, take me through, baseball player, hockey player. What do you do? What's your passion? What do you like to do? And some of them say, I like playing Madden, or I like playing video games, or I like. Do you find that in people you interview, and those superstars are actually good players, but they don't want to admit it?
Yeah, though sometimes they are, right? And they do step that up, and they are in a whole other league of their own. That's why there is the esports side of stuff too, where you get to that competitive edge because some of these players and some of these developers have such a higher skill level. I was talking with one. People can fly. They were developing Outriders. Well, one of the content creators themselves actually were pulling off so many headshots that they just hired him to come on and join the team because he was taking out bosses like nobody else, including the team themselves. So it's
Wow.
little insights like that. It's just I could never do that, but it sure is cool to see.
So you mentioned esports. That's the next craze here in sports. Just going to say sports. Okay.
Yeah.
So have you ever competed in esports tournaments? Because we see them going like crazy, gangbusters. There's millions and millions of people there, right? So have you competed in esports, and take us through what it's like and how much pressure? Sometimes when you look at it, there's more pressure on esports
Yeah.
than playing a Maple Leaf game or playing a Raptor game.
No, absolutely. I've never competed at that level, Joe. I am not that good, man. This is why I'm on the inside. I can give you my critical opinion, right? But yeah, when it comes to that, it's funny to take a look at their life cycle when it comes to competitive esports because you're in your prime in your 20s, right? And
Yeah.
it's not that different when it comes to the pro athletes too. When it comes to your world, Joe. So when you get in here though, and we're big fans of Rainbow Six, and then we covered the nationals when the Canadian nationals were on, and the level of gameplay that they're able to pull off through some of these maneuvers, like little peek holes through from one wall to the next wall to the next wall, then get the target. I'm like, how do you even see that person? And the pressure that builds because you are now playing for millions of dollars. You take a look at Fortnite and how big that whole game is itself, right? And how fast that's grown over the years. And then they're competing for millions of dollars now. Joe, it's a whole other level, man.
And even in the Greater Toronto area, I think at the CNE they're opening up a coliseum just for e games. Am I right?
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, definitely. There's something they're working on over there right now. There's going to be up in the next few years, and this thing is massive and it's going to be intense. It's going to be exciting to see what leagues are coming in there, right? We have Call of Duty, we have Overwatch, we have Fortnite, we have Rainbow Six. There's so many competitive games out there that it's just at another level when you watch a professional play versus yourself sometimes.
And just for a side note, I was watching a movie just yesterday, and I saw a preview of a movie. I think gonna know pretty well, Gran Turismo.
Uh,
Gran
yeah.
Turismo. They're turning into a movie there. Your thoughts about that?
It's definitely interesting to see things come around, right? Gran Turismo is the next step for PlayStation and Sony, what they've done. If you ever caught The Last of Us on HBO this year, it blew minds, right? It just blew what we've seen the crossover between video games and movies, and they haven't done well at all. They really kind of try, you want to stay away from some of those things, right? But now the cross in transmedia between video games and movies and television, we're at that other level, right? We've now elevated ourselves. We've seen the Mario movie just come out not too long
Yeah.
ago as well. So many IPs are now trying to get pies in all aspects of video games and television and film, and they've done it really well. The Last of Us had people who were fans of the series, played all the games, and then you watch the show and they're still blown away. And then you get those who have never played the game who suddenly watch the show and now are playing the game, right? So you're getting everybody in from all aspects of the world. It's awesome to see.
All right, a couple final questions with Drew here inside the game, and we're proud to carry that. Now, I'm going to ask you first of all, if you need a sports video game player and test out, NHL, you call me.
We got
I don't
you.
know if you know this. I'm the president of the provinces of Canada, the mayor-elect of North America, soon to run for the mayor of Toronto. So call me. Secondly, okay, so we look at NHL 24 going to be and Madden 24 and all these. What's the life cycle? Because every year they make small tweaks to update a roster and all that. But when you like Madden is the everybody talks about Madden, but how
Yeah.
much change did they do from Madden 17 to 24? You
And
know
this
what
is
I
where,
mean?
yeah, no, absolutely, right. And this is where our guy Corey comes in because he is the expert when it comes to the NHL, when it comes to the Madden side of things for us, right? It's nice to have a crew where you have guys who are dedicated to certain aspects of the
Yeah,
video game industry. But when he's talking to him this year, he goes like, there wasn't much change there. There wasn't much change here. Every sports game, because they are on a basically what is a 9-month cycle, is then implementing what they can in a short amount of time. You think about when we had God of War and then you have God of War Ragnarok, right? That's a
yeah,
5-year span, not 9
yeah,
months. How much can you change? So why not change the model, right? We get MLB The Show. I'm a big MLB Show fan. So all of a sudden now we get into this, then why don't we get a games of service model instead? Where everybody's talking about how we switch over to games of service. Why don't you implement that service now? Give us something different because there are small, subtle changes, right? More animations, more stadiums to adjust, and things like this. But they're all small changes, right? When are we going to get MLB The Show or Road to the Show mode stepped up? Because we saw small changes there, but not
yeah.
enough to have a huge impact. So you see a lot of people will jump in on, say, 2020 and they'll wait 3 years because they need that extra to come out with that next IP for that next game. And sometimes with sports games, it's just not enough because it's a 9-month cycle, and that's just not enough
Well,
sometimes.
it's
So
funny you mentioned MLB The Show because MLB The Show, because it was PlayStation exclusive till
yeah,
last year. Then they made it through Xbox and all that. So people are just if you're an Xbox fan, you're an Xbox fan. If you're a PlayStation fan, there's never people. I'm like I asked you this question off
yeah,
air, and there's people like you who like both, but technically, I would say 80 to 90% either Xbox or PlayStation, and maybe I should include Nintendo, but nothing mixed. So until last year, we never had the show.
yeah. No, it was interesting to see that come over, right? And that was more on MLB than Sony San Diego
Yeah,
themselves. Sony San Diego was made for PlayStation, right? They
yeah,
produced MLB The Show, and it's always been an exclusive title. All of a sudden, now MLB is like, hey, you need to bring this on multiple platforms, not just PlayStation anymore. Open it up because there's more gamers out there than just PlayStation. Granted, PlayStation's still leading the race right now when it comes to overall console sales and all that kind of stuff, exclusives, you name it.
yeah.
PlayStation's kind of leading that charge, but there's
Well,
still a whole 30 million and plus over on Xbox that you're missing out on. So why not tap in with them as well? And then on top of that, Joe, they bring it to Game Pass, man.
yeah.
Right? Like that just if you have Game Pass, if you have Xbox, you need to have Game Pass. It's just like part of the ecosystem, right? You need to be there. And then you have MLB The Show. And what a fantastic game that is. It's a blast.
And by the way, there's never going to be EA bring anything to Game Pass
Ah,
on that. And speak about, we'll close it out with it. EA Sports, it's in the game, and all that. So Madden, NHL, and all that. But a big thing was worldwide was FIFA. Now
yeah.
they took out FIFA. Now I think in July they're going to call it EA Soccer or something like that. Uh, would that affect the sales with the FIFA? Because EA is known for FIFA Soccer.
Yes. It was funny to see that come around, right? EA said we don't want to pay for the FIFA name.
Yeah,
We feel EA feels as a company that they've built a product that's actually bigger than FIFA themselves. And that's kind of where they're putting their stance on it. And we're not going to pay them millions of dollars to have that FIFA name. We have the game. You should be working with us. And it doesn't seem to be that case at all. So here they are. Now they're going to go out on their own, EA, and make their own soccer football game, depending on where you're from exactly, right? And then that's where they're going to step up. It'd be interesting to see where that falls this year, as they are about to launch their new evolution of whatever their soccer game is going to be here. I think it was EA FC or something along that line.
EA, it is a
Yeah, right. So it'd be cool to see where it goes, man. It's a huge IP. So for FIFA to lose that, I think FIFA is the one who's actually going to suffer, not EA.
Right. Well, that's we'll see, because it's ranked one of the best sports games every year. So there you go. So final question: you're inside the game. So I'm going to get inside your head for inside the game here. Okay.
Yep.
If there was a video game that I told, go make your ultimate inside the game video game, what would that be? Would that be sports? Would that be a mixture of everything combined? And what would that be?
Right now, I'm on this crave of survival and stealth games, but I need that mix, that crossover, right? I think that's where I want to come into. If I was making my own game, it'd be a combination of that, that Splinter Cell, the Metal Gear, with this element of survival too, where you have to go out and gather certain resources and craft certain materials to then continue on to survive and then sneak around to get into other missions. Espionage is such a big part of what I do when it comes to gaming, and we can intertwine some of that. Somebody hit me up. I'll help you design this thing.
All right, now speak about hitting you up. Tell everybody your gamer tag. Tell if anybody wants to challenge you, and fans, check out Inside the Game. They do it a daily show. We're going to run it maybe once a week for a couple weeks, and then we're going to do it a daily show. But check them. And where can the people check it out?
Yeah, you can find us over on Twitter at the official ITG. You can find me at Artistic Gamer 28. And yeah, hit me up on Xbox and PlayStation Cutter 28 with a K. It's a fastball for those baseball fans.
See. All right, so that's it. And we're very, very happy to have Inside the Game. One thing that we're missing here on the Fired Up Network is getting inside the game and getting in the video game industry, in the esports industry, and everything like that. So, and look at the background I have. Like, I secretly, this is in my office here with all these video games and everything.
I was impressed.
So, yeah, it looks impressive. But again, Drew, tell once again where they can find you, because people they crave for esports and gaming and everything like that. So I just want to have it again.
Absolutely. Twitter, the official ITG, our website as well, insidethegame.ca. You can't miss us.
All right. So that's Drew from Inside the Game. We're very proud to have him here, and he'll be on periodically on Fired Up Live, but the show will be on here, and check out our feeds for when it's on there. Thanks a lot, Drew.
Thanks so much, Joe.
Well, we'd like to welcome Drew from Inside the Game, and we're going to follow up later on in the show with the first Inside the Game show on the Fired Up Network. And of course, each and every week, we present the Renaissance Mama with Courtney Riddell. This week's no different. We're going to do Courtney Riddell, Renaissance Mama, right now.
Hi, friends. I'm Courtney. I'm a performer, speaker, and writer. I'm a mama to 3 crazy boys and a super sweet dog. I decided 12 years ago that I needed to create a business that worked for me instead of me working for it. I'm a multi-passionate entrepreneur who may be considered a serial entrepreneur by some. But then I realized that all of my businesses focused on connection, community, and creating an incredible experience. I cannot wait to share with you how to make small but mighty changes in your life to affect your overall well-being and create a life and business you want to get up in the morning for. That's right, my friends. I am the Renaissance Mama. Hi, friends. It's me, Courtney, the Renaissance Mama. And I want to thank you so much for checking out the show today. I know everybody is busy, but I really, really appreciate it when you take the time to listen or watch the show. So let's hop into it. I had the opportunity the other day. I was doing an interview with somebody for this incredible blog called the 10-Minute Mummy Blog. And she was interviewing me and everything that I do. And she had this great question of, what is something that you always wanted to do as a parent? And it was funny because right off the bat, I thought of all the things that I swore I would never do as a parent, but to actually stop and think of something that I wanted to achieve as a parent. So it took a little while, and then I finally thought of it. So I always wanted to be a really present and available parent. When I was young, I played a lot of sports. I did a lot of theater, musical theater. I was part of like every school club you could possibly be a part of. But unfortunately, my parents broke up when I was pretty little. So my dad didn't live with me. He lived about half an hour away. My mom worked full time as a teacher, and she also had to travel quite a bit back and forth for work, just day-to-day stuff. So unfortunately, she wasn't usually available to, volunteer for the classroom or show up for school sporting events or things like that. So pretty early on, I knew that was the kind of parent I wanted to be. And now that I think about it, actually has really structured a lot of my life and myself being an entrepreneur and wanting and craving that flexibility and freedom. It was because I wanted to be this kind of parent. So it's funny that it took me so long to figure out what it was that I wanted and how easy it was to think about all the things I said I would never do as a parent and as an entrepreneur. So I actually thought that would be what we would chat about today, because I don't know about you, but I find it's pretty easy. Like before I was a parent, it was very easy to look at other people and their kids and their babies and say, I'm never going to do that when I have a kid. My kid is never going to do this or X or Y, whatever the answer. Same with being an entrepreneur. I think there's been many a times where I was in a situation and I saw a business model I liked and I'd be like, oh, I could do it differently. I could do it better. I would never do this and I would never do that. So that is what I thought we would chat about today. There's definitely some things that I said I would never do and I try to stick to, or I really fight for or struggle with. And then there's some things that I said I would never do. And you know what? I might have changed my mind. I might not have known the whole story. I might have, maybe I've done it. I don't know. But I thought this would be a fun subject to talk about. Some of those things that I said I would never do, and where am I now after saying that? So looking at entrepreneurship and looking at parenthood. So I'm going to hop right in, and I'm going to start off with talking all about one of the things I said I would never do as an entrepreneur. So as an entrepreneur, I was one of those people that I was always working for usually smaller businesses. And what I found I said I would never do is I said I would never do, it's a hard one to say. So I always didn't want to do something the way someone else did it. I wanted to be unique. I never wanted to be the same as somebody else. And I think keeping true to that value of being different and being unique is great. And there's parts of it that I truly love and respect. But one of the lessons I have definitely learned in my many years of being a business owner is that there are times when you can definitely borrow strategies or systems or, the way people do things. You can borrow those. You never want to copy anyone's idea or copy their business or copy, anything that they own rights to. I definitely still stand by that. When I owned one of my businesses about kids' birthday parties, I had hired this person. She was really into it, loved it all, and then started her own company that was almost the exact same business model as mine. And at the time, it really bothered me. even though I had done something similar, it just felt like, okay, she copied me. That was the word that kept kind of fluttering in my mind. And now you think to all these people who throw out content all of the time, and how many times do you look at a piece of content and think, hey, I did something similar to that a few weeks ago. So I had said, I never want to copy someone. I never want to do the same thing. But like I had said, now that I've been in business long enough, I feel like there's times that because I said I would never do this, that I might have kind of screwed myself over. Certain times I would try and do something differently. I would try almost to reinvent the wheel. And let's be honest, in business, we do not need to make things more difficult for ourselves. If there is an easier way, if there is a more streamlined way, if there's a way that everybody's doing it, there might be a good reason why that is happening. So I still strongly believe I don't want to copy anybody, but I definitely see the value now of looking at certain systems or how certain businesses work, why they work like that, and then deciding for there if it's right for me. And if it's right for me, not because I just don't want to do something or not because I'm standing for something that I sort of believe in, I want to make sure it's right for my business, my mission, and what I am trying to do. It doesn't make sense to stick to those words, I'm never going to do this, if it no longer aligns with my goals and my business and what my company is all about. I will say one of my favorite lessons learned in the last few years came from one of my mentors, Marie Forleo, and she actually took it from a mentor of hers, all about talking about the blue ocean. So when you're looking at your company or product or service or something that you're offering and going through all the things that similar companies, because let's be honest, no idea is totally original. So looking at similar companies and what they offer, like if you're looking at price or time or service or all the different things, but really breaking down what they offer. And you kind of show this is what they offer on your graph, and then what you want to offer. And ideally, what you're offering is going to look different. So it's that concept of having a big blue flowing ocean because it's brand new and something new, rather than trying to do the same thing as everyone else is doing and get lost in the sea of red. So that was the first thing I said I would never do as an entrepreneur. Now, as a parent, well, my husband and I swore up and down that our kids would never play hockey. I was into tons of sports as a kid. I played hockey maybe with a friend here or there, but it was never one of the sports that I was very confident in. My husband never played hockey as a kid. He did more skiing and things like that. We always thought we saw our nephew was in hockey at a very young age, and we couldn't believe how much time and money and just how hockey took over their lives, really, right? So we, from a long time ago, we would go watch my nephew play, cheer him on. Oh yeah, it was fun, it was great. But we said our kids would never play hockey. Yeah. If you heard any of my shows before, you know what happened is not only one of my boys, not only two, but all three of my boys play and love hockey. They play in the winter. Some of them play in the summer. They are constantly training, trying to get better. They play on really competitive teams, but they love it. And I remember my brother-in-law years ago saying that okay, you say you will never let your kids play hockey, but when your child comes to you and says they really want to try this really cool thing, you are going to let them. And then when they fall in love love with that sport and they want to play it all the time, and it's the thing that's lighting them up, and you can see their passion and their drive. You can see them getting better. You can see them getting confident. You can see them learning life lessons about being on a team and supporting your teammates and winning and losing and, trying out and being rejected. They are learning lessons all over the place. Then you will give in and you will let your kids play. If you can, if you're lucky enough, right? So we swore my kids would never play hockey. And oh yeah, they all play hockey. As a business owner, the next thing I said I would never do is I said I would never create a business or a product or a service that couldn't survive without me. And this is one that I have struggled with any business that I have owned, because most of my businesses always start off as a sole proprietorship. They all start off with me doing something that I love, something that I'm good at, something that people are interested in. And then I start bringing other people on board, and I have a hard time. I don't have a hard time delegating or giving power or anything like that. But my problem always is that the person who was then providing the service wasn't me. So then people were not happy because they wanted me, since that's what I sold them. That's what they thought they were getting. When I was having, I think it was my second son, I was running my business with birthday parties, and I went into labor, and I remembered there was a party that weekend. I wasn't performing at it, but I had all the supplies that my performer needed, and I had to find a way to get those supplies to that person. So it was like during birth, all I was thinking about was, how am I going to get that stuff to that person? Like, it was one of those things that, first of all, should have been taken care of long ago. But just that realization that, like, if something were to happen to me, my business would stop. So as I've moved forward in other businesses and other projects and other ventures, it's something that very much weighs on my mind. I will say there's projects that I'm working on that, like, of course, I'm a huge part of. Like, when I direct my kids shows, like, I have to be there when the show goes on. But in the back of my head, there always is sort of a plan B or a plan C, or if that weren't to happen. I'm also really looking at scaling different parts of my business so that I don't need to be there all the time. Or there's ways that I could, create things before if I had to take some time off. There's ways that I could repurpose content. There's ways that I don't need to be visible and always on, and I can delegate even more. So this is one of those things that I said I would never do because I learned a lesson pretty early in business, but it definitely is one of those things that I am still learning. I'm still struggling. I'm still trying to find that sort of balance of, like, yes, I want to put everything into my projects and everything into what I'm doing, but I also need to find a way that, like, okay, if tomorrow I couldn't do this, how could my business continue without me? Do I have people in place? Have I been taking the time to teach them all the things? Am I training people properly? Am I, putting things together so that if someone were to step in, could they step in? One thing I highly suggest for anyone running a business, even if it's just you for now, is creating a list of standard operating procedures. SOPs. Put them on a Google Docs, Google Sheets, have a list of them on a drive. So if you had to share it very last minute and say, hey, here's what happens with my business, here's all the information, you could email it over. Someone could take that information and run with it and break down the steps so it's simple for people to understand what they're doing, if they need to sign into anything, how you do it, what's the goal, why you do it. Just write it all out. And then if ever someone had to step in, you at least have that already in place. So one of those things I said I would never do, and I'm still struggling trying to not do it. One of the things I said before I was a parent, and this is when they were really little, there was a whole bunch of those like little things that you hear are bad or you think you don't want to do, and you don't even realize why people do them. Let me throw some examples at you. So one of the first things I said when my babies were tiny is I said, I would never give my baby a soother. Why? Why was I so against it? Like, I don't know. There was no reason. I didn't have any research about what I thought of soothers. It was like, I just, in my head, had already made this judgment of like, I'm never letting that happen. And when my first son was born, he was so tiny. He was a preemie. The nurse gave him a soother like right then and there. And I was like, oh my God, you can't do that. And she's like, actually, this baby needs to learn how to suck. He doesn't know yet because he's so little. He's a preemie. So this is teaching him the skills that he needs so he can feed properly. Oh, okay. So I went back on that one. Another one of those things that I had just kind of made a prejudgment on is I said I would never have my babies sleep with me. This is one of those topics that is a little controversial, and I totally get why. But at the end of the day, I feel like parents need to do what is safe for their babies and what is going to be safe for them and their mental health. And if they need sleep and there's only one way they can have sleep, I say do what works for you. And I always shared that when I was part of my mummy groups, and you could hear these stories of these women thinking they were not good enough, or they were doing something wrong, or they felt like failures. And I was like, no, you do what works for you. And then you might have to change it. Then you might have to change it again. But do what works for you. So that was another parenting thing that I said I would never do, but I clearly did. Same as then my next, and I was like, I'm never, because the other one we just got out of here. Oh yeah, I did it again. My third child, I was like begging to have a soother, and he was like, no, I don't think so. So it's just funny, but I said I would never do those little things about parenthood, and I did them, and my kids survived, and everybody is good. So I would definitely say there's probably 10 more examples, especially when you're talking babies, of things I said I would never do that I definitely did. But now, knowing as a parent, like, you just don't know what you're getting into. You don't know the scenarios, you don't know the backstory, you don't know what's happening. So I strongly believe what works for you, and keep on doing it. The next thing as a business owner that I said I would never do is I said I would never take on any projects that doesn't really light me up. And this has been a newer I said I never thing, because I've shared with you before, there has been projects that I said yes to. There have been many projects in my past that I sort of hop into, not for the right reasons, for the reasons of it's there, it's an opportunity. Well, it kind of fits with what I sort of want to do, so I'm just gonna do it. So this has been a recent, I don't want to take on projects that light me up. It is definitely one I am always checking in with, and I don't want to say I'm struggling with, but it is one that I have to slow down my decision making sometimes. I have to ask myself the question is like, okay, this project coming up, is it going to move me closer to my goal? Is it going to provide my family with the opportunities that I want? Does it work within the vision of my life and what I want? If it doesn't, that is when I need to say no. So I am definitely getting better at really slowing down when opportunities come up, taking the time to weigh everything out, and then also taking the opportunity sometimes to say, no, thank you. This doesn't work. I also think as a business owner, it is really important to often look through what you are offering. Look at all your offers and really break them down. Are there ones that you love but don't bring in tons of money? Are there ones that you spend tons and tons of time on and you don't love and don't bring in tons of money? Are there ones that are super quick and bring in tons of money but you don't love? So you need to look at all the things that you are offering and really break down what makes most sense for you and your goals and what you want for the vision of your company and potentially the vision of your life, right? If you love the freedom and flexibility, then maybe you don't want to offer, services during this time of the day or a product that takes so much time for you to put together. I don't know. But for me, I said, I never want to take on things that don't light me up. This is one of the newest I've nevers. So I don't know, you'll have to keep me on this. Am I going to continue trying to do things that don't light me up? No, I'm going to try my best, but I have a feeling every once in a while when you break down those offers, there might be something that you're like, okay, I don't love this project, but I see the value in it. So definitely that balance of like checking out your offers, checking out what lights you up. And then I always think there's ways you can bring in what lights you up in a different way. Maybe it doesn't have to make you tons and tons of money. Maybe there is a project that can exist that literally is like a passion project or something that brings you so much joy that going into it, it's not gonna make tons of money. Okay, then you've made that choice. That's fine too. You can see how much time you're spending, how much effort you're spending, how much, all those things, weigh out your options. I feel like you always have an option, and if you are making the choice, then it's going to be the right choice for you. As a parent, I said I would never be a stage mom. And I will tell you, being a director for kids theater and musical theater, I have seen my fair share of stage parents. And when I'm talking stage parents, I'm talking those parents that are like, the moment you give a kid a part, they're like, why did my kid get this part? I think they deserve better. Why is this happening? And they're right in their kid's business. And they are voicing opinions. And they are sometimes, unfortunately, kind of ruining chances for their child. So I said, I never wanted to do that. So most of my boys are not into theater. The one is, but he's in my theater, so I can't really be a stage parent to myself. But I told you, my boys are in hockey, and it is hard sometimes for myself to keep my mouth shut and not voice my, not even concern, not even opinion, but to not want to fight for my kids. Because we all want the best for our kids, right? And now as a parent, I look back at all those parents, even the stage parents that I was like, oh my God, you're crazy. They just wanted the best for their kids too. So it's one of those things I never want to do because I don't want my kids to think, number one, that I don't think they can do whatever they want to do, because I definitely do if they put the work into it and it's something they want. I don't want them to think I'm going to mess up their opportunities and their chances. And I don't want them to think that I don't believe in them. So I 100% believe in my kids and what they do and what they can do and what they can become. So I very much try and be a parent that I'm like, okay, I'm there if you want help, or I'm here if you want me to do anything, but I'm going to try my best not to get right in there. I try very hard not to question what coaches are doing sometimes, because sometimes I don't know the vision that they've got going on. I'm sure people think of that to me when I'm directing kids, like, why did she do that? But I know what my overall kind of picture is. And I know overall what I'm trying to do with these kids. So I have to believe that that's what's happening in, when people are kids, they're coaching my kids. So I try my very best to stay out of it. And I said I would never be a stage parent. The next thing I said I would never do as an entrepreneur is I said I would never put my business ahead of my family. So this is one of those ones that I had chosen to be an entrepreneur because I wanted that freedom. I wanted that flexibility. I loved putting things into something that was mine. I, for the longest time, worked for these small businesses, which is amazing. But what I found is I would put all this time and effort and passion and creativity into somebody else's business. And when you work for a big corporation, you feel annoyed doing this because you're like, oh, I'm just, giving it all to this person. But when you're doing it for a small business, you can really see you are putting everything in and building this person's business. So I knew from quite a young age, so I was like, wait a second, I've done this a few times now. I need to do my own thing. I need to put this time and effort and passion and creativity into me and my projects and what I really want to do. But because that freedom and flexibility was what I wanted for my family, and I wanted to be that super present mom, I never wanted my business to, be ahead of my family. I never wanted it to take precedent.
Well, that's Courtney Riddell of the Renaissance Mama. Thank you, Courtney. We're going to throw to the NHL Lowdown featuring my good friend, Digit Murphy. Right now, here is the NHL Lowdown featuring Digit Murphy. Here we go. Of course, game 4 of the Western Conference Final between Dallas and the Vegas Golden Knights is set for tonight. Hello, everybody. This is Joseph Hasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live, and welcome to the NHL Lowdown. Welcome. How many times welcome? Welcome to the legend, the icon, Digit Murphy. All right, the only player I know, only person, media type, that said, at the beginning of the Boston series, watch out for Florida. Florida could upset my Boston Bruins. And then when they did, watch out for Florida. They have something special. They can go. I didn't expect them 4 straight. All right? I didn't expect, but congratulations, Digit. This is why you're on the Fired Up Network on Viva Live TV. All right? This is why.
It's just what you feel, right? There's a certain je ne sais quoi about the Florida Panthers that no one could have predicted. But from the day I saw Boston, the first game, I said, "Oh, there's some energy there." And it's kind of when I coach a team, you can feel it, and I could feel that Florida energy right through the television. And Paul Maurice has just got them rocking and rolling. They're loose. They are the underdog, but by the same token, when they come into your building, they act like they own it. So he's just doing a dynamite job. But the chemistry is there. You got Kachuk, you got Bobrovsky. I mean, they're just doing some really magical things. And you know what? They're fast. Like people aren't seeing like Longboard. What the heck's his name? Longboard.
Yeah, Longboard.
Whatever's 94.
Yeah.
I know I should know all these like names a little better, but he is just crushing it. And then begins with a V, 23, number 23. He's freaking crushing it. And they're on people like white on rice, right? They're on the forecheck. And then you got Jordan Stahl. To me, it looks like a freaking
what about Sam Bennett?
The guy from Bennett. But number 11 on Carolina, it looked like a Sasquatch. Do you know what I mean? And he's got all these little like water bugs flying around him and smashing him in the face. It was just so fun to watch for me, But anyways,
let's talk about
how I watch a hockey game.
Let's talk about that game, the 4th game where Florida wins. The goal that Kachuk scores with 4 seconds or 4.8 seconds, whatever. But controversy, Bennett's stick in between. What do you say?
No way. I mean, those are hockey plays. I mean, I was thinking about I knew I was coming on the show at 11, and that play literally stuck in my mind. And you know why it stuck in my mind? Because it ticked me off. I'm like, this new video replay and the way that we're going with hockey just like leaves everything to the imagination off the table. You look at every single little goal and, did it cross the line? Now because you know what, Joe? Because money's involved, right? And people's contracts are involved. And to me, it gets away from the core meaning of sport. And as we continue to evolve, I mean, it is what it is, but I don't like it. I'm a purist. I like to watch the sport for what it is. Refs are going to make mistakes. You're going to get screwed on a call sometimes. And to me, if they ever call that goal back, I don't know. I was just like going to be like, really?
And so Florida,
with a hockey play.
If you looked at success of Florida, this is what everybody should pinpoint in the NHL. Keith Tkachuk, or Matthew Tkachuk, Matthew Tkachuk, phenomenal, okay, during the playoffs. Great goaltending, and you have an agitator. You want to kill him, Bennett. That's the success that's going to get you. Guy who's clutch, captain clutch, Tkachuk. Goalie, the wall there, the wall. And an agitator, that's what wins you in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Now, if you witness the press conference, I don't know what the hell Rod Brindamore was saying. Well, we lost 4 straight. Well, we didn't lose 4 straight. We were in the games, but we still lost. But we didn't lose 4 straight, but we won. But was 4. What was he saying? Was he drugged up? Like they lost in 4 in a row. Okay, were they in the games? Yes, but it's still 4 games. The Maple Leafs did better. They took it up 5.
I think that I think that what Brindamore is just so frustrated because player for player, if you put them on paper, they're supposed to beat the Panthers, right? But they definitely outplayed them. But at the end of the day, you know as well as I do, it depends on what's on the score sheet. And if you cannot figure out Bobrovsky, if you cannot figure out, how to stop Tkachuk, you lose. And I think that he's frustrated because he's in the games, he's a better team, yet he keeps losing. So I think that was just him kind of, just emoting, after the game and Florida, just being human. He's just human.
All 3 coaches who face Florida can say the Boston coach, Maple Leafs coach, now Brindamore and all that. So Florida is going to the Stanley Cup final. You're still staying in Florida because I see the pool there and all that. Let's get to tonight's game there.
Staying forever.
Yeah, game 4 in the Western Conference, Vegas, Dallas. I was on, we were talking back and forth for game 3, and he said 3-0 Vegas already, and we knew the game was over. Okay, when it's 3-0 and Vegas, they don't have the best defense, they don't have the best goalie, but if you give them 3-0 lead, they shut it down. They win 4-1. Well, they won 4-0, but usually give up a goal or 2. Now, I'm not going to say Dallas can't come back because miracles do happen. I became the president of the provinces of Canada and everything like that. Miracles do happen, but it's not going to happen. All right. So, do you think they close it out tonight?
Yeah. I think Vegas is a little different in my mind than Florida. I don't think that Vegas has that palpable energy. I think that it's really going to depend on what Dallas wants to do, right? Vegas is going to take what Dallas gives them. If Dallas comes out flat, Vegas just crushes them. But if Dallas comes out with some life, I think it's going to be a close game, and Dallas could come up and win. I hope that Vegas wins because I'd love to see this, 4-0. Both teams go 4-0, get the same rest, come in fresh, and see some really cool Stanley Cup from, count it, Vegas, count it, Florida. Like, seriously, like, how cool are these 2 markets for hockey? And I'd like to see more. I can't wait until Arizona figures out where they're going to go, because I want them to go to a market that, primarily isn't a hockey market, because I just think that's the trend of the future of hockey, and you have to make it a sports entertainment product. But let me go back to Dallas yesterday. When they went down 3-0 and they didn't come back, their fans quit on them too, and that's bad. Your fans cannot quit on you, leaving the building. That has to be hard on the team, because you have to have fans that are loyal, and to have all those seats empty and then leaving just says that they're fair weather fans, and I want Vegas to even win more. Sorry, Dallas, but you got to stay behind your team no matter what. The Bruins, they're not walking out. They're like booing them sometimes, but they are not walking out. They are lunch journeyman fans, and they're gonna crush it.
All right, team. So before we go with more in depth about Dallas Vegas, just take me through a sneak peek. If it's going to be Florida Vegas, how excited are you about that? And who, honestly, who you got in that one? Because Vegas has been steamrolling in the West, and Florida, we talked about it, so that can be potentially a great. It won't be a sweep. It will not be a sweep. Okay, no. That could be a great step. Can you believe?
I think it's Florida in 6.
Florida in 6.
Florida in 6.
Can you believe?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
In 2023, where I grew up in the 70s and everything like that. Can we Stanley Cup final, Florida and Vegas, 20 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Can you believe we're saying that?
I can't. And again, it's a testament to, I think, did Bettman win some award or something? I can't remember. They were saying it on TV last night. Love him or hate him, he's done a great job, kind of keeping the NHL relevant. I mean, there's a point in, the burning of the globe, when you think about it, when hockey goes away, right? I mean, it emits carbons, it's like it's a rich white guy sport used to be. They're bringing in more diversity. They're bringing in more women. Bettman's doing what it takes to keep the NHL not only alive, but thriving and relevant. So, I think it's really a testament to his leadership. A lot of people hate Bettman. I mean, I got to tell you, I don't know if you know this, but he's a Cornell grad, same as,
listen,
this person right here.
So I'm
just going to give a plug for the Big Red.
All right, see, Digit, since I'm unofficially your new PR man, all right? I know Gary Bettman watches, he watches the President of Provinces of Canada. He learns something, at least have better hair and all that, nice shirts and everything like that, all right? I know, Gary, you're watching. You're watching. You need more motivation, more ladies in the National Hockey League office. You need assistants, vice presidents, and all that. I have the best here on the Fired Up Network. The best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be. Shut out. See, you know what I'm saying? You're involved with the WWE, so I got to mention Bret Hart. All right? So WWE. That's right. The best there is, Digit Murphy. Digit Murphy has a brain for hockey, and for other sports, but specifically hockey. She could build and grow the NHL to 2080. Put it that way. No, here we got a couple emails, and I'll touch on this. A couple of shows ago, we talked about the 2-point goal. All right, before I get 2-point shot. Before I get to the emails and everything like that, explain everybody what you mean by the 2-point shot again.
I just think that in order to make the game a little more appealing and to keep teams okay, let's take, for example, 3-0, Vegas is up, and we have the 2-point shot. Those fans do not leave the stadium, okay? Because 2 shots over that line, now they're up 4-3. So the way it works is you put an arc across from the hash marks, and it's an arc, just like in basketball. Like the 3-point shot in basketball or lacrosse. And it goes from hash to hash in the offensive zone. Any shot where the energy starts from outside line and goes in, tip, deflected, deflected off someone's skate, whatever, 2 points.
Okay, so hold on.
Never out of the game.
That was one. So they understood that. One of the questions was, what about a rebound?
No rebound. Okay. Has to go in. Again, like I said, the energy has to come from that point. Get it? So when you take that shot where that point of energy, where that force hits that puck, it's going to be on the outside of that line. I mean, you could say it could be on the line, however you want to do it. But I say it's from the outside of the line or touching the line. It can't be over the line, like offsides. Think of it like offsides. Then, that's how it works. And I'm telling you right now, I've said it before, been saying this since 2017. And the reason that I thought about this was because when my partner and I started women's pro lacrosse, we implemented that in women's pro lacrosse. And you have to get innovative and creative. And I hope someone steals the idea. And I hope you show this and show them because, someone's going to take credit for this. Always happens, especially with women. Someone will take credit for it. Maybe I should patent it. I don't think you can. Right. But anyways, it doesn't matter.
But
doesn't matter. You can't patent anything. People steal
here's
shit.
The other question about it. Why it says it comes from Steve. It says it's a cool concept. Instead of having the shootout, why not have something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this though is something that is always present. You're saying take away the shootout and have this. I mean, I think men's hockey would be sick with this. I mean, women's hockey would be great, but because men, let's just face it, they're just they're more powerful as a gender. They're stronger. It's just a fact of life. That those shots coming from outside that area, it would really amp the game up. I think we should do it. Gary Bettman, if you're listening, do it.
So you're calling every regular season game to do it.
Everyone, every game, and playoffs.
Well, the only bad thing about that, or maybe a good thing, for people who bet the over every game then.
Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah, you're right. Betting would be tough.
Betting.
No, but you don't know. The other team could.
Yeah, no, the other team will. That's why I'm saying usually over under for NHL game is 5 or 6 goals. Definitely will be higher most games than 5 or 6 goals. Put it that way. Now,
wouldn't it be more close? Because now you're. I don't know. I don't know how betting works. I'm not good with betting. Let's say you get
one team gets 2-point goal, and another team gets 2-point goal. They already scored 3 goals. That's sort of, or you could do it. We have a question here. Everybody likes the concept. So you're down, let's say 4-3. You take out the goalie, and you score.
Now you win.
2 goals.
You win.
But if you take out the goalie and they score, it's 2 goals the other way.
Exactly. That's why the strategy changes.
That's the point they're trying to say,
right?
So this is a good.
Yeah, it's great.
This is a great topic.
And the reason I know it, Joe, let me just say one more thing. The reason I know it is because we played it. I told you we played it in something where, again, the Aurora games where Jerry Solomon was the promoter. He's Nancy Kerrigan's agent, husband. He's like a promoter, and he understands that this is a sports entertainment product. So when I approached him, he goes, let's do it. And you need the risks. You need the creativity in sport in order to keep it fresh. And I actually coached in a game when that happened, and everyone was on the edge of their seat. And my team was winning 2-1.
Wow.
Okay. And they pulled the goalie. Had they scored, our team would have lost. Wow. So it was really exciting.
All right. So this is a great topic. One more question. Any other things you would change in the NHL specifically?
I think that
Digit, I'm trying to get you a job with Bettman. Come on, show the world that you think outside the box.
Well, no, I mean, I think that in and of itself is one of the innovations. This wasn't something that it's at top of mind, right? Because for me, my innovation is always how do we involve more women in the game, right? How do we potentially get more heroes, leaders, and role models that are women. I mean, I personally think that there should be some mandates that, we have women in management, and I think we should have more women coaches. I think that's gonna get more women watching. That's gonna get more people caring about the game. And people could say, no, it's not going to, but I firmly believe that if you put more women in the game, you're going to get more fans. You're going to get better feedback. I think players will even be better.
To that point,
I do, with women in the locker
further
room.
to that point, as you know, the biggest hockey team in the world, you know who I'm talking about, is looking for a GM. Wouldn't it be like so great if they led the league and started something, hire a female GM for the Toronto? They're not going to do it, but hire for the Toronto Maple Leafs, like Toronto Maple Leafs, New York Yankees, Dallas Cowboys of hockey. If they lead the charge in that, imagine how many teams would do it.
Yeah, I agree. And you look at Tampa Bay Rays. They hired a woman. Was it Kim NG?
Yeah, NG.
That's her last name.
And the other one,
NG.
the
Yeah, and
assistant owner of the Buffalo Bills, Kim Pagula, is very hands-on.
So they're doing it in other sports. It's just a matter of time. But again, where has always been lagging behind in the diversity initiative, and women are a diverse population in men's sports. So I don't see it happening. I mean, why wouldn't Haley Wickenheiser? She's one of their scouts. Why wouldn't she be a top contender? I think it's lack of trust, and it is what it is. It's not gonna that one woman too. I feel really bad. I mean, I'm happy for the one woman that gets the opportunity, but if she does not succeed, the pressure on that woman to succeed is going to be crazy, and I think all women, if they ever happen, should help that woman, because that success will get more success with more women. And I'll say it again, we can be doctors, we can be lawyers, we can be astronauts, we're teachers, we can be the vice president of the United States, but you can't be a GM for a hockey team. You can't be an assistant coach. You can't be a head coach. I mean, it will come someday, Joe, but it's really a message of how women are not valued in the professional sports space yet.
And you got me thinking now. The Fired Up Network has something that's starting out, female empowerment movement, all ladies, right? How about you putting the flag bearer down and being the face and the person who starts something here in Canada and worldwide? We'll be talking about it. We'll throw some shekels around zeros.
Hey,
but
I'm always open.
Always open. What are you talking about? A breakaway shot? Like somebody? Do I have to be a coach and say, put somebody on Digit Murphy or what? Get digits. Come on.
Right.
No?
I'm here. I'm here to help. I'm here to start a network. I'm here to help women. Email me. digit@digitmurphy.com. I will help you establish your platform, your network, a conversation. I think the more the people, the women, the men hear about this magical sports platform where people work together to solve problems through sports, I mean, that's pretty magical. So I'm happy to help.
All right, so you just gave away your social media and all that, and Digit. Have you checked out Viva Live TV channel 38 to see yourself on TV?
I actually saw it the other day, and I watch it now. I'm very happy about Viva Live TV. I think you're doing an amazing job with this, and I just think that it's insane that more people are not listening to this. I mean, you got a worldwide global platform. Like, what? So congratulations for this, and I'm happy to help in any way I can, especially with the femme. Especially with the femme.
Digit, last thing I'm going to ask you, anything new with regarding your situation regarding lady sports, and of course, Digit Murphy Big going to be back here for throughout the Stanley Cup. I'm going to say this: Stanley Cup Finals. Each and every game, we're going to do a pre-game and then post-game the day after with Digit Murphy. And I got a surprise for you, Digit. Somebody
Probably the Greek.
has. Do you have to mention that name? somebody else is going to be joining us. Somebody very strong. All right, is going to be.
Good.
She has a. I said she. I should have said he, but
Yeah, you
she
just
has
told me.
agreed. I think you know already. So go ahead,
Yeah.
Digit. Tell everybody what you're up to, and again, Digit will be back here throughout the playoffs.
So again, can't tell you about the WWE yet. Still in hiding there. Again, I'm doing several projects that involve not just hockey, and it's really about women's empowerment. I was just last night. We were at the Rhode Island FC, the football club launch in Rhode Island. It's men's soccer, but they have a women's component in the USL.
Hold on, Digit. Can you speak about soccer?
I sure can. I can speak about anything. Anything.
All right.
Anything. You want to talk
I'm
sports? I will talk soccer. I will talk hockey. I will talk football. I will talk basketball. You know, Joe, I should say this. When I was a young girl growing up in the late 60s, early 70s, that's all I did was watch as many sports as I could. And then I got away from it and I specialized in hockey. But, sports is an energy, right? Sports is something that you see the little subtleties to. And that's another reason, I'm going to go back to it, why women should be part of it, because they see those details and they see tendencies and they see patterns. So I've always done that in my life, which is why I can watch sports and I can talk about it. But anyways, yes, I'll do any sport.
All right, hold on, Digit. I don't know. I spoke to. I had the pleasure of speaking to your mom for about 2 seconds the other day, and your mom gave me a present. I FedExed it to you in Florida. Shout out to Patricia who works for FedEx. Give her a shout out. Come on, give her a shout
Patricia.
out.
Woo! Love you,
All right,
Patricia.
and then send me a picture. Show everybody, and you should. You said you got it, so send me a picture. This is Digit Murphy when she was a little bitty lady. All right,
laying on the lounge
68,
chair,
right? 68, something like
that.
Yeah. So
check out those legs.
Let's not get me in trouble. All right?
I was like a beanpole. My mom, they used to call me a beanpole. I was tall with these skinny legs, and the funny thing about that picture is my mom says to me, you know how I know that's you, because I'm like, is that me or is that my brother? Because I can't tell, short hair, can't see the face. We look alike. She goes, no, I know that's you, because I had to look far and wide to find a bathing suit that wasn't pink, because I was not a pink person. So
all right,
there you have it.
But part of the new NHL will be playing with pink pucks, right?
Let's see all women's games.
All right, and final thing.
Thanks,
is,
Joe.
Go ahead. You're saying
At
Dallas
Digit
going to win or
Murphy.
Vegas?
I think I gotta give Dallas some life, because I like to watch one more hockey game. So I'm gonna say maybe tonight Dallas wins. Because they are home. Maybe they squeak one last breath, and then Vegas can win it for their fans. Let's do it that way.
I actually agree with you. I think Dallas will win 3-2 tonight. All right, that's the legend, the icon, Digit Murphy. Tell them again once how to get a hold of you.
At Digit Murphy, everywhere at Digit Murphy, and remember that unsung hero clinic at playitforwardsport.org. Go buy a little girl a ticket, $200 for a clinic for her, and it would change her life.
All right, thanks a lot, Digit.
Thanks, Joe.
That was the icon, the legend, Digit Murphy, with the NHL Lowdown, sort of a preview of Game 4 of the Western Conference Final that is happening in about 20 minutes. I'm just going to give you a brief scoreboard update here. Of course, I mentioned 8 o'clock, Vegas-Dallas, Game 4 of the Western Conference Final. In the NBA, the Eastern Conference Final, Game 5, happens at 8:30. We're going to have Alex Campbell, Drew Ebanks talk about that on Ballin. The Celtics, Brogdon, is playing through a right arm injury. Yes, he's playing through a right arm injury. Today, in Major League Baseball, the Blue Jays concluded their 4-game series with the Tampa Bay Rays at the top. The Rays defeated the Blue Jays 6-3, and then the Blue Jays had a closed-door players-only meeting there. So, very interesting to see. Other finals in Major League Baseball, St. Louis beats Cincinnati 2-1. Colorado gets by Miami 7-6. And San Diego defeats Washington 8-6. There in the EPL, Manchester United drubbed Chelsea 4-1. Also in La Liga, we had Malacara beating Valencia 1-0. Osuna beating Athletic 2-0 in La Liga also there. So now you're caught up on the scores in the sporting world thus far. And of course, just for you soccer fans, Saturday, 7:30, BMO Field here in Toronto. Toronto FC plays DC United at home. CF Montreal will battle at home Inter Miami at 7:30 as well. Vancouver is in St. Louis to take on St. Louis SC as well. So, as mentioned, we're going to be joined by Alex Campbell and Drew Ebanks of OnPointBasketball.com. Of course, Mr. Captain Canada comes in about 15 minutes during the segment here. Drew Ebanks and Alex Campbell on Ballin, previewing Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Final between the Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics. Hey everybody, this is Joseph Pasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live. Welcome to Ballin Sens. Drew Ebank in Canada is out getting me a flag for Canada Day and everything like that. Hopefully he'll be arriving soon, but I got maybe somebody better, even though he can't be called Canada. Captain Massachusetts.
There you go.
Alex Campbell. Alex, how you doing, first of all?
Doing great, Joe. How about you?
I'm doing great, and since you're in the States, I don't know, like I talked to you off air, I'm not going to say Happy Memorial Day. Enjoy your Memorial Day weekend.
Well, we will enjoy our Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, lots of like we talked about, lots of grilling and family and things like that. So,
all right. So let's talk about the conference final update, not finals, final, because one conference final will start off in the West is done. The Denver Nuggets sweep LeBron James and the Lakers. Now the big question is, because he stunned the world, he's considering retirement. So right now, President of the Provinces of Canada, me, the Mayor-elect of North America, soon to run for the Mayor of Toronto, is pleading with you, LeBron James. You want your broadcasting career, start with the President of the Province of Canada, Captain America there, Captain Boston, Alex Campbell. LeBron, I will pay you so many zeros that it won't be funny. So many. I will triple the amount of zeros that I quadruple 10 times. See, I went from triple to 10
well,
times.
The thing is, we'll be able to do all those zeros if he just replaced me with LeBron right here, and you'd be able to get all those zeros anyway. So, like, let's
Alex,
do it.
It's a secret. I'm replacing Drew Ebanks with LeBron James.
Oh, there we go.
That's why he's not here. But
what do you think? Honestly, what do you think is next for LeBron, though?
I don't think he's going to retire.
Yeah,
I think he'll give it one, and who knows? He's a free agent, so is he happy with Ham there? Is he happy? He's happy in Los Angeles, but in Los Angeles, I don't have to tell you, there's two teams in Los Angeles. One team, the Clippers, had high hopes, but did not do it. The Lakers didn't really have high hopes, and they got past. They're in the Western Conference Final.
Right.
To say he was 4 games away from making another NBA Finals. I don't think he retires, but I don't know if he signs back with the Lakers. I think he does, but what do you say?
My guess is it's not the Lakers. I think the Lakers, I mean, it's where his heart is there in LA. He wants, but like, you got to look at the team itself, and like AD, even, he's not going to hold up. I think that much is pretty clear that we're not going to get a lot of future years of production out of AD. We can't guarantee next year. You know what I mean? It's that kind of situation. And then beyond that, I mean, what do the role players look like? You got young Rui, you got young Austin Reeves. Reeves. You got a lot of young guys there that don't really fit LeBron's timeline. The only guy that does is AD, and if he's undependable, I don't know. And look, there's a lot of buzz right now about LeBron to the Warriors. And when you hear it on its first blush, it sounds insane, but really it's not. I mean, what do the Lakers really rely on LeBron? I think a little too much to do. Shoot, ultimately. And he could go to a team then. And by the way, he doesn't need the money, so he doesn't have to take some max contract to get there. He could go to a team then where he doesn't have to shoot. LeBron James could just drive the lane, draw fouls. He doesn't have to score 30 points a night. He doesn't. I mean, but the Warriors also need someone like that as much as he needs them. Do we watch that series? Steph Curry can't be your entire offense, and then you have the coach come out after you lose the series and say, "Listen, in the future, we're still building around Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green." All right. Well, what you're telling me then is that you are actually selling on the future when you trade a pick like your second overall on Wiseman, when Kuminga, one of your best young players, doesn't even play in the closeout series. You're telling me that you are punting on the actual future, and what you're doing is trying to make the most of Steph Curry's window. And I don't blame you for that. I really don't. But LeBron James would be a key addition to that. He'd be pretty much the slashing scorer that they really need. A very, very much more dependable source of that than Andrew Wiggins.
So, and I don't have to tell you, LA and San Francisco close by, but
close enough.
Saying this also, I don't think LeBron, because people would say about KD, you going there and winning a championship and all that. I think the West is harder to win. If you look at the East, okay, if you put him in Miami, Boston, or Philly, you're guaranteed to make the NBA Finals at least. Who else is in the East that can compete with those three guys? Okay, you Milwaukee there, but they have a new coach, all right? So take that away. So it's Miami. Boston had a new coach, but they get to the brink, but they can't get over the brink.
Well, it looks like a reset probably is going to happen. I mean, ultimately, I don't know how, you know what I mean? We'll talk about that, later on, but like, I don't know about Boston long-term either, if they're going to be that team next year.
So, and that's exactly right. So there's only one, either goes to Philly or goes to, I'm taking my talents to where? Miami a second time. He went to Cleveland a second time.
He did.
Just saying.
Well, no, I know. I think the one thing that would draw him potentially to, Golden State would. I know the West, like you said, is probably tougher to get to the finals through. But I think the one thing that would draw him to Golden State is he's just drawn to playing with other stars. I mean, and how many times have we heard him say he would love to play with Curry? I mean, at least 50, 60 times he said that. And I think Curry would love to play with him. And I don't think that it would be seen publicly as the same thing as Durant in his prime going to the Warriors, and to a team, by the way, the Warriors that had just the year before broken a record for the most wins in NBA history in a single season, and then added Durant in their prime. It wouldn't really be seen the same way. I don't think, because the Warriors aren't the same team, and LeBron is not anywhere close to his prime.
Okay, so you're right. Golden State with Steph Curry, Draymond Green's probably gone and all that, and you got Klay there and all that. But what about if he goes, because a guy who's playing in the NBA and leading is Jimmy Butler. What about playing with Kyle Lowry, a good point guard, Jimmy Butler, and Bam at center?
I just don't know. I don't think that's enough star power, to really match them. Butler's great, but Butler plays a very similar role to LeBron, and so there's that. And I think that's been tried a few times. LeBron tends to kind of dwarf those kind of guys when he's on the team, because he's still pretty ball dominant. I mean, you saw a lot of forwards who basically weren't the same guy once they started playing with LeBron. And I think a lot of that is, especially a guy like Butler, that entire offense runs through him. I mean, I think they could make it work? Yeah, probably. And honestly, Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra are the two big draws there for LeBron. I mean, he loves Pat Riley and he loves Eric Spoelstra, obviously. So I mean, those are the big draws there. And then playing with Jimmy would probably be a third. Bam looks really good, but at the same time, I don't think he's quite that superstar level that would draw him in. And then I mean, other teams in the East, I mean, maybe Boston. It depends on how much it shakes up. You know what I mean? They're still going to have a lot of assets no matter what happens. You know what I mean? So they're still going to be no matter what, they're going to have a lot of assets.
I'm just thinking of one other Western team, and his banana boat partner plays for that team, and that's Phoenix.
Yeah.
And Phoenix has some guy named Booker, has some guy named DeAndre Ayton, and add LeBron James to that mix. What do you say? I'm not. This is all speculation because I really believe he's probably staying in LA. But go ahead.
I mean, I think that team probably wins a title. I do because they're that. I mean, honestly, Booker and Durant almost got them there on their own. You know what I mean? But I think that ultimately they're still going to miss what they miss now, because without a really it is hard to win in the playoffs. It's amazing as much as the NBA changes over the years. It is hard to win in the playoffs without really good inside defense, rim protecting defense, and a really good point guard that is able to distribute the ball, dominate the pace of play, and really dictate things on the offensive end and be your quarterback. Without that guy, and LeBron's not going to be a point forward at this point in his career. I don't know. I think the Suns, even more than they need a guy that scores 20 a night and grabs 10 boards like LeBron James, I think they really need a point guard. And bringing back CP3 is not the answer. Not the answer. I mean, I love him. Hall of Fame career.
If they get CP3, they have a backup point guard. All he has to do, when you look at that team, just pass the ball. You could score 0 points and have 12 assists, and you're doing the job.
Yeah, I agree. I just, at this point, he's such a liability on defense, and he's still taking the same mid-range shots on offense. I guess if you could coach him out of that so he's not dominating the offense so much, sure, but you're talking about a really old player. I'm not saying he doesn't pass the ball enough. He's one of the best passing guards of all time. I mean, he certainly passes the ball enough. And I don't blame him either for being used to being a shot maker, because that's what he's been his entire career. It's just that at this point, look, it's hard for me to watch, at this point, because this is just not the Chris Paul that I remember.
Yeah, well, it's not. And before we touch on the East, okay? Before we touch on the East, let's talk about one guy that your friend, well, my friend too, the late night vampire, Storm and Norm Rumack, was raving about. Carmelo Anthony announces he's retiring until LeBron talks to him and says, "Come join the Phoenix Suns," and all that. What do you say there?
I love Melo. I mean, he's a Hall of Fame player. He's one of the more frustrating players of all time, though, and I'd be remiss not to bring that up, just because, I mean, it's really the same thing I just talked about with CP3, only this is his entire career. He just never played defense. A lot of me wonders, and trust me, I'll try to make anything about the Pistons or any Detroit team that I can, but a lot of me wonders a lot when I think about Carmelo Anthony. The first thing that pops into my head is Darko Milicic, and it always will every single time, because the Pistons passed on Carmelo Anthony and drafted Darko Milicic. Had they just drafted Carmelo Anthony, not only would the Pistons have won more championships than they did, but Melo isn't getting away with not playing defense on that team. You could put him on almost any team in the NBA, and he could probably get away with it. On that one, but not with Ben Wallace, Chauncey Billups, and Rip. No, they're not going to let you skate on that, bro. You're going to sit and Tayshaun's going to start if you're going to do that. You know what I mean? So he would be a different player, and he would have had a true Hall of Fame multi-ring career had he been drafted by the Pistons.
And let's talk about the Pistons. First we mentioned here on the Fired Up Network weeks ago, and you were on with Ebanks, and hopefully Ebanks will come in here very soon. Monty Williams has been offered $1 trillion with the Detroit Pistons. I talked about that. Would he be a good coach there? It looks like they're about to sign him, or maybe have signed him as we air this. What do you think?
I actually just read this as you're about to come on, and an hour ago we got an update from a prominent network that said he formally rejected their offer.
Well, rejected. See, he wanted more money. He doesn't want to work with Dwayne Casey. Monty Williams wants the Toronto Raptors job. He wants to be at Toronto. He wants to meet the president of the provinces of Canada.
Yeah.
That's true. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've heard Kevin Ali mentioned. I've heard a lot of candidates mentioned, but I don't think they're any closer today than they were 3 days ago, 4 4 days ago. I don't, because I think you were right. I mean, they really tried to get Williams. They really tried to throw the boat at him, and if he rejected, that was just an hour ago. I think, and this, 1:30 Eastern, they're still scrambling right now.
And he rejects, not many people. It's an NBA job. So you must have something in the back of a pocket there to reject. I know it's Detroit or whatever, but
it's Detroit. And then if I had any speculation at all, it would probably be something with Cade in the mix. Cade Cunningham is your best player, and it's a very Tatum and Brown situation in Detroit, but nobody talks about it. Jaden Ivey tries a lot harder.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
and he scores a lot more points. Put it that way.
Yeah. Jaden Ivey is a gamer, and Cade is not always a gamer. He's not always shooting a lot of shots. He's not always dominating the offense. He's not always playing super great on defense. He doesn't look like he has the motor running at full speed all the time. And I think it has a lot of the Pistons fans worried about the prospect of them, maybe re-signing him to extending his contract. You know what I mean? I think, if you put me in the Pistons GM office, I would be looking to trade the former number 1 overall pick there.
All right. And they're getting another high pick also coming up there. So it's like,
and that's the thing. Yeah. You can't just keep doing that over and over again. This is becoming kind of like, the Daryl Morey experiment again. Exactly. But you at some point, you got to land the guy at some point. Eventually the Sixers landed Embiid. And that became the piece to build around. At some point, you got to get that guy. And if you don't, I mean, I like their pieces now. I mean, I like Jaden Ivey a lot. I got my questions, like I said, about Cunningham. Jalen Duren looks phenomenal. He looks like a better version of Andre Drummond, basically. So I like the pieces, but they're very much missing that guy, and it's unfortunate because I think they thought they drafted that guy.
All right, so you go from, and we'll touch on the coaches now, and then we'll touch on tonight's game here. But you go Milwaukee, Nick Nurse, Griffin, another guy, are finalists. And you go to other teams, Nick Nurse, Griffin are finalists. All right, so Nick Nurse is a proven coach, won the NBA championship. Why would you not select him over Adrian Griffin?
Griffin's not a proven head coach as much, for one, and I think people see.
I mean, like that's exactly my point.
Well,
you select Nick Nurse. Why is Griffin still? If Nick Nurse is in your group final 2, 3, why aren't you selecting him and leave Griffin to another team or whatever?
I mean, maybe they look around the league and see what's happened to all these coaches who have good resumes. You know what I mean? Like, look what happened to Tibbs just now, and you know what I mean, and all and they think that basically we don't want another retread where we're going to get the same offense that worked when you had a superstar player that really went off, and you know what I mean. But then after that, didn't work the same way, and you see a younger guy with maybe less experience, but gets really good reviews from everyone he's worked with in Griffin, and with a lot of upside, and probably knows the modern NBA and the younger players a little better. And maybe that's the direction that you go because of that upside. You know what I mean? I think that's the reason, if any, that you would consider Griffin over Nurse. The NBA has just changed. I think the coaching ranks of this, like you're seeing now kind of the same grind that the NBA went through to get all the way out to the perimeter and start shooting threes all the time. You're seeing the same grind in coaching, where it's like you see these old defensive coaches slowly getting like churned out of the league. And I just think it's gonna keep happening. It's a young offensive coach league. It's a former player coach league at this point. They're taking over. And if the thing about former players is when a couple of them have success, it's like broadcasting. They're all going to try to be coaches. I mean, like it's gonna go crazy. So, you know what I mean? Watch, like Tyronn Lue's going to have some success, and then Jason Kidd's going to have some success. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, boom, you're going to have.
Are you saying the Raptors are going to select Canadian Steve Nash?
Might as well get ahead of it.
What a segue to bring this guy in. We were talking about the Steve Nash, and the Raptors may select him. We were talking about former players turning good coaches. That's Captain Canada, Drew Ebanks, OnPointBasketball.com, Alex Campbell, who, by the way, his new hashtag, are you listening to this, Drew? Fired Up Alex. That's his new, get him on Twitter, get him everywhere, Fired Up Alex.
That's right.
Instead of Captain Canada, your name should be Fired Up Ebanks or just Fired Ebanks. Go ahead.
Oh, don't do that. Fired Up Ebanks has a better ring to it. Don't steal it.
No, they're nuts. So your question is about former players being coaches?
Well, we touched on, he was mentioning Jason Kidd and all that, and then I said the Raptors are talking to a Canadian and great Canadian and former coach with Brooklyn, Steve Nash. What do you think the chances of the Raptors securing Steve Nash?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I think that came out of the blue. I don't think many people saw that one coming. Obviously, Nash means a whole lot to Canadian basketball, means a whole lot to this country. It would be great to see what he could do with this Raptors roster. Don't know if he was given his fair shake over there in Brooklyn with all the turmoil and all the madness, right. Led by Kyrie and even KD not really standing up for their coach. Some also called it controversial that Steve Nash got a coaching gig after not really paying his dues per se on the sidelines. So, you have to look at it both ways. I still think he could gain a little more experience being assistant. But do you go down? Does a guy go down from being a head coach now to being assistant? Exactly. I think that's a possibility. I'm actually surprised he never tried to latch on to another team to maybe do that. So if the Raptors pick him, I mean, the fans will be all behind it. Just hope, he would be able to bring the results for a successful team.
All right. I know you came in late, and we'll touch on the Eastern Conference final game tonight, just minutes away. But, Drew, we got to get your opinion because me and Alex was talking about it. LeBron James possibly retiring to join On Point Basketball. Is this true or not? Can you confirm or deny?
We'd love to have him, that's for sure.
You don't have the zeros to offer him like I do.
No, we would. He would boost our social media. That's for sure. I think it's a lot of people talking about it. LeBron is very calculating. I think, it's kind of upsetting in a way because LeBron is such a great guy, but he's always trying to be the center, be talked about, and maybe it's not only his fault. Maybe it's obviously there's a lot of talk about Denver not getting enough airtime, and people don't want to hear. But it's like LeBron, really retirement. You were just talking about playing with your son. Now all of a sudden there's this kind of way he's pondering things, not sure. Or maybe it's because of Carmelo retiring and Dwayne Wade is out, Chris Bosh is out. Maybe he looked at it, but a lot of people are also saying this is just LeBron trying to keep himself in the headlines and keep attention on him rather than the Denver Nuggets and whoever they will play in that comes out of the East. So I don't think he's going to retire yet. I think you could see, I mean, he's that good. It's just a matter of, the surgery, if that's going to go through this summer and how that he's going to recover there. But as far as him retiring, I can't see him leaving before another 1 or 2 more years, guys, at the minimum.
Well, a follow-up, because me and Alex talked about it, he thinks he's not signing with the Lakers again. I think he is. What do you say? And if he's not signing with the Lakers, where do you think the best fit? We talked about Golden State. We talked about Eastern Conference team because Eastern Conference team would be better shot at going to the finals. But then, because me being the guy I am, I said the best thing is Phoenix. Put him with Booker, put him with KD, you put him with DeAndre Ayton. Come on, Chris Paul, his banana boat for. Imagine how many bananas are in Arizona since there's no hockey no more. Well, there is, but there's not going to be. But go ahead, Drew.
I mean, I don't know. Phoenix sounds enticing, but what would they have to give up? They've already given up.
No, he's a free agent.
Well, if that's the case, then he signs his, one at a time contract, 1 year at a time. Then that would be a great fit there. I don't like the whole Golden State thing. I guess that's a fit there too. I mean, where doesn't LeBron fit? He could play anywhere.
And
you know what I mean? I'd like to see what Giannis, to be honest with you.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I think the other point about the Lakers that I didn't make earlier too is that They got a really young GM, and Palinka, and new coach, young coach, rookie coach, and they got Jeannie Buss there pulling a lot of strings. And look, LeBron has been in charge now for 3-4 years. I think that fresh GM, Jeannie, and that coach might want to roll back at some point, especially from a player that doesn't maybe, demand the win share that he once did. So I think maybe the Lakers have a stomach for moving on as well. Let's be honest.
Well, it's going to cut into their bottom line, though. I mean, their local TV network contract, all the revenues from fans, and
they're like baseball contracts signed. We'll update things later. Don't worry about it.
He's missing the point.
That's like the MLB contract signed. Kick this can down the road. You want a pitch clock? We'll see if that works.
Drew is missing the point. It's either Phoenix or Drew. What am I going to do? We're exclusively on the Fired Up Network. The Decision Part 2. He's taking his talents to South Beach.
Nah, he ain't going back there again. That was one and done. No, I'm not missing anything. I don't think he's personally. I don't think he's leaving. I don't see at this point him moving. But like I said, I'd love to see him play with Giannis. If anything, that's the guy. I think if he would match up with him, that would be phenomenal. Imagine him throwing alley-oops to Giannis, man, and just
that lane. Nobody cover him in the lane because Giannis pushes everybody off that lane. He should get fouls. He doesn't get fouls. LeBron does the same thing. Just every time, give them 2 points and that's it.
But that would break the modern 3-point shooting NBA to have both of those guys on the same team, because like you said, Joe, like you just drive the lane and push everybody out. One push. It's like a fullback. It's like the old I form. Just one run up there. Kick it to the outside. One run up there, clear the lane, kick it to the outside, drop it behind you for an alley-oop off the glass, whatever you need to do. But those guys are going to get the lane and get the foul line more than any other team in the league if they play together. I mean, they're going to be the line half the night.
Okay, before we talk about the Eastern Conference game today, I got to ask Drew, because Denver made it to the NBA Final for the first time. Jokic, amazing, should be MVP for the next 16 years in a row. All right. But there's also a point guard. Like Alex said, you can't win without a point guard. All right. There's a point guard, and I think he's Canadian. Go ahead, Drew.
Well, yeah, obviously we always talk about Jamal Murray, and what I'm impressed with is obviously, guys, an ACL is a serious injury, just like a Achilles with KD. But it's the modern miracle of modern medicine right now. To guys that used to be a career ending, it would done with an ACL tear. Some of the players have multiple ligament tears in their knees. Like we said with KD, you saw the thing roll up. I mean, I tore my Achilles, and my Achilles did not roll up like that, and it was a 9-month rehab. So you have to give KD so much props to do what he's doing. Now, I look at him recently, and I see him. He's lost something. There's something maybe from the last couple little nicks he's taken. He doesn't seem to be as explosive as he was with the Nets, when he first came in. Mm-hmm. So there's something going on there. But going back to Jamal Murray, just so happy and proud. Kitchener stand up. Big to see a guy there. Big up. As I said, the stories about his father, Roger Murray, are legendary. Taking Jamal to the gym when he was a baby. So he's been around hearing that ball bounce, and then teaching him meditation and focus. And then Jamal playing for Orangeville, staying here in Canada and playing, his ball here. And then the Pan Am Games explosion when he went nuts. Never seen anything like that probably since. When he's done it, though, he did it in a bubble, and then he did it again this series. I mean, there's a lot of talk about, is he a superstar? Is he a star? I think right now he's definitely a star, and he's on the verge. If he can have a solid season like, what he's doing in the playoffs, he can continue that, he'll definitely be. And if he's not already considered a superstar, he'll be there. He's got to get an all-star nod as well, and hopefully he can get that. But very proud of him, and it just shows even our Canadian kids that play here in Canada, if you got the stuff, you can make it, man, in the league.
Mm-hmm. As far as Jamal Murray's concerned, like just a couple things, like For one, like in my eyes, he's already a superstar. He's incredible. I mean, it seems like he's one of those guys that will do what the team needs to win. It's not always about the 45, point triple double night. You know what I mean? He'll just keep doing the things he needs to do to win. And I think he's always been that player. And I think working with Jokic over these years has also helped. The other thing too is that, like, man, one thing I realized when I was watching the Nuggets, all of the Nuggets, is that, like, there is something to be said for patience in the NBA. I don't think a lot of teams have it. I just don't think a lot of fan bases have it. Maybe in Denver, where the media is a little slower, you can lie a little lower and you can let these guys kind of percolate a little bit. But when you look at guys like MPJ, and you look at guys like Jamal Murray, some of those ebbs and flows would have them off a roster in other cities. And the fact that they weren't, people tend to forget. Like in the NFL, when they get a rookie, that rookie comes in at 23, 24 years old. It's a man. The NBA, when they get a rookie, it's normally a kid. It's normally 21 years old or so. And here's the real rub: the
19.
better they are, the younger they are.
Yeah, it's the youth movement, and you make a great point. Patience is the key. I mean, we're a testament to that right here in Toronto. I mean, this organization has been one of the best organizations in the NBA over the past 10, 12, 15 years. Yep. When you look at where the Raptors were when Chris Bosh was, kind of leading the way and he left, it was very dire here in Toronto. And the consistency, you bring in proper, organizational people that believe in kind of moving things at a pace that's, great for everybody. You also have to add in the G League team and Raptors 905 being a huge boon to the way the Raptors were able to be continuous, or the continuity from the G League when guys went back and forth. And, we've seen the patience the Raptors have endured and done throughout their growth as well. And so there's few teams, the Miami Heat, I think they're another ones. They stick to their guns. You'd say Milwaukee the same. They've had the patience to see their young guys come and get better. And Denver, I mean, to take MPJ, when a lot of people were worried about his back, and to see him, he's like a machine out there.
Yeah.
What I love about him, he doesn't smile. There's times when I'm like, is this guy actually enjoying playing the game? And
he's like the Bill Belichick of basketball. He's
so straight, and he does a great play, and he just, there's no expression. Yeah. But I saw an interview with him after the game, post game, and he had a couple smiles after finally the reporter got him to smile. But he still was all business like. And I actually follow his father, and I didn't know too much about him, but if you follow Michael Porter Sr., you can see where that calmness comes from, where that respect for the game. He's very grateful for where his son is. Yeah. And if you follow him, you'll be enlightened by some of the posts and reposts he does and the things he says. So a fantastic organization for Denver. And you know what's great? I used to watch those teams, the Fat Levers and those guys running up and down. They were scoring 160 a game.
Well, and I'll tell you what, back when
kind of a laughing stock, even though
they were,
right?
they were,
they were still. I think the best thing about them too were those jerseys, man.
That's what I was just gonna say. The Rainbow Skyline Nuggets jersey is the best jersey.
Yes.
In history.
When they brought it back, I was so happy. I was like, damn, I gotta get one of those, man. And I gotta go on Fanatics and grab one.
About Denver, okay, they made the first NBA Finals, but I'll ask Drew because I know he's a little bit biased here, so I'm going to start with him. If Jamal Murray wins the NBA championship, does he look? Because you talk about Lowry and all that. This guy already, because Lowry, Toronto winning the championship and all that, but look at the age he's at, and like Denver, and nobody talks about the coach. The coach, that coach, okay. Wait, hold on. Isn't his father used to be the original coach of the Raptors? Yep. So there's Canadian history with Denver too. Now
Jamal ain't going nowhere. If you're asking if Jamal,
no, not to the Raptors. I'm not saying, but I'm saying people should look at Jamal, and maybe if he wins one title, maybe because he's young enough, will win two. Maybe this guy's a Hall of Famer.
I mean, it's Hey, it's a body of work, right? It's a body of work, consistency, the way he's going right now. And again, we have to be careful. He's coming back from an injury. Knock on wood, we're praying it's going to be, he's going to hold up. He's going to be fine. If he plays like this and wins a couple titles, there's no doubt in my mind he's a Hall of Famer, because you could see his body at work, what he did in the bubble, what he's doing this year. It's really unprecedented, the numbers as far as the scoring.
And coming back from that devastating injury also, you got to throw that in.
You got to throw that in. But no, he just has to be consistent. Hopefully a couple or a few all-star nods as well. Jamal Murray's just different. Like I said, covering him from way back, you could see something about him, a fearlessness about Jamal Murray. He would go down, or Orangeville AI would go down to the States and take on big-time programs. And Jamal Murray was leading them, and putting them on his shoulders with no fear. It hasn't changed. Pan Am, go back, folks, and look at what he did at the Pan Am Games in Toronto. Absolutely incredible.
All right, so let's go, because Alex needs to let the dog out. So
you heard that, huh?
He gets bored.
Jeez.
He gets bored when we're talking Canadian. So let's look at the Eastern Conference, Game 5 tonight. Back in Boston. I'll start off with Alex there because he's from Boston. All right. So Alex, they pick up a win in Game 4. The Boston Celtics. Finally, Jason Tatum wakes up and looks at Drew Eubanks' hair and says, "Wow," and and that's it. So do you think they make it 3-2 and then if it's 3-2, you're nail biting in Miami, even though the Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup? But go ahead.
I mean, every time I pick the Celtics in this series, they've lost so far in the show.
So pick them.
I mean, but I'm not a Celtics fan, so I'm going to pick the Celtics. No, but I really do. I really think they're going to win this one. They're flying high off that last win, because this is the first time in the playoffs I can remember they won with defense first. I mean, Tatum did show up, but they not true. That when they really turned the corner against Philadelphia, they won with defense. Horford ended up figuring something out against Embiid, basically locking him up for a couple series, and then it was like off to the races. But that's where this team, again, I mean, that kind of just shows it though. That's where this team really gets that spark though, is it's on defense. They love to shoot threes. They love it when Tatum goes off. They love it when Brown goes off. They love when Horford's, dropping 26 because he, made 9 threes tonight. That's great. But the team itself, they really play great when the defense plays that good. They played great in Game 4 on the defense end. They did what they did is something I haven't seen them do pretty much the entire playoffs. It really, against Philly, it was Horford's effort against Embiid that started that defensive thing. In Game 4, they were just on point with the rotations, so much better. There was always, every time there was a pick and roll scenario where there was a guy rotating, he was covered. Every time you saw an open shooter on the perimeter, all of a sudden there was a guy racing over there closing out. They just did such a better job with the rotations, and I just didn't see as many open opportunities ultimately for the Heat, especially from the 3-point line. And they had no excuse up to that point, because the Heat were the worst 3-point shooting team in the league. And so far they put up the best 3-point shooting numbers this side of the Warriors against the Celtics in this series. So if they found an elixir for that, they have a small window of a chance overall in the series. I don't think it's likely, but I do think they win tonight. And then I think they go back to Miami and lose.
All right, Drew.
Well, the Gabe Vincent, being there is going to be a huge factor. I mean, what the guy's been putting up as far as numbers, that's going to be tough to overcome if you're Miami without Hero in the lineup already, without Oladipo in the lineup already. So who's going to fill that void? Do you have a Lowry starting? Is that what it's going to be? Is he going to be able to do what Gabe Vincent is doing? When you look at the play that he got hurt on, you're like, wow, it's just a simple play. He jumped once, tried to get the rebound, jumped again, and the ankle just rolled over at the baseline there. And it's just that close to where if you have a Gabe Vincent now in the roster, you gave up that one win to Boston, maybe you can shut it out. With that being said, I think Boston's going to get this. And as Joe mentioned, it's going to get real hairy soon in that series when it's 3-2. Who's going to freeze up?
No. Drew, I mean? I've heard, I don't know if you've heard this, that it's likely that Hero will be back for the finals if they make the finals.
Yeah. Wow. No, I haven't heard anything about that, but that's incredible.
I heard it. And that was saying if there was a Game 7, he'll be back for Game 7.
And that was my question. That was my question. If this series goes 7, it goes back to Boston. Because 6 will be in Miami. Boston, because they have home court, will go back to Boston for game 7.
But is Hero going to be
if
game shape, game speed? That's the tough
Well,
one.
not game shape, game speed, but I heard if there's a game 7, he won't play 48 minutes, but he could give it 15 minutes, 12 to 15, 16 minutes.
Does that help you?
Well, if he gives me 8 points, 10 points,
it helps a little. I tell you what, Gabe Vincent's not coming back in this series. There's just not enough time left. That's a high ankle sprain. I'm not a doctor, but I've had one.
That is, we all have. Not pleasant.
You ain't coming back that fast. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I mean,
with modern medicine, you never know. They put him in that air cast, that boot with H2O or whatever it is.
Well, let me ask you this. Both of you guys are calling Boston and all that. So let me ask you, what's a better NBA final now? Denver, Miami, or Denver, Boston? And who gives Denver, I'm going to say Denver's going to win, but who gives Denver a bigger, fight? Go ahead, Alex.
The Celtics are the better matchup, and the Celtics give them a better fight. There simply aren't two deeper teams in the NBA than the Nuggets and the Celtics. It would be a great matchup, in fact, for that reason, because I think both teams go 8-9 players, legitimate playoff players deep.
Yeah, and of course, Boston, if they come back from a 3-0 down, that's even a bigger story. Go ahead, sorry, dude.
Exactly.
I think if it's Denver, Boston, better series. I think if it's Denver, Miami, I give that majorly to Denver in that series. I just think that they have too much length, too many pieces.
It's similar to the Lakers, right? Like how they dominated the Lakers in 4 games. Like, in my opinion, Miami just doesn't have enough pieces.
They don't have enough horses. I think with the Celtics, they can, run out, even when you look at Brogdon coming in off the bench, if you get, Smart to start playing better, even if Jaylen Brown starts to play better, they have a chance. But I still think overall, guys, no matter what team plays, this is the Denver Nuggets year. I mean, Joker has no more excuses. You're in the final. You're pretty much the MVP. Jamal Murray's back. He's playing great. All your role players are playing their role. Shout out KCP, Cantavius Caldwell-Pope. Shout out Bruce Brown. He's playing incredible. I loved him when he played in college, when he played in high school, Vermont Academy. And to see him come and be that utility guy for Denver is incredible. And I didn't know KCP was that good of a shooter, but it shows that he's practiced, he's worked on his game. And one thing I noticed, he's been chirping a lot at LeBron. I don't know if you guys have seen that. He hasn't been the kindest to LeBron, and I'm wondering, was there some friction when he was there? Because it looked like he was in the LeBron camp, but I saw after that win, LeBron just walked by him, didn't hail him up after the game. So there's something deeper there. I don't think LeBron was too impressed with the way he was talking about it.
All right, we're going to close out in a couple minutes, but Drew, since you're on here, Captain Canada, Canadian Elite Basketball League started, and for people who
big shot, Cadre Gray.
No. Wait, let me. All right, for people who don't know, you're flipping the channel, and I won't advertise them, but I'll advertise them.
Why aren't I on that sideline crew? How about nobody give me a job?
Because look at you.
I love him, but he ain't Canadian. Come on.
Look at you. Look, he can't get a green screen better than the logo, man. What is wrong with? Anyways, you turn TSN. By the way, shout out to TSN for promoting. Who did they promote, Drew? Fired Up Network 4 times, Joseph Pasek twice, TSN mentioning Fired Up Network. Hell has frozen over, put it that way. But shout out to TSN, because you switch the channel, watch the Canadian Elite Basketball League, and who do you get? Chuck Swirsky. Bring the salami and cheese. We're closing this out, Drew. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I love Chuck. Can't say nothing negative about him. But, hey, give me a shot, man. I can do some sideline reporting. I got to talk to my guy, Mike Morale, and see if I can get in on the mix maybe next season. But no,
all right,
great,
you want
great
sideline reporting? You want sideline reporting? You are going to go to the Scarborough Shooting Stars. Take away. You're going to give Alex Campbell your courtside seats that you paid for. You're going to work for the Fired Up Network as a sideline reporter for the Scarborough Shooting Star home opener.
That they cost me a pretty penny. I ain't giving those.
Why? You're not giving Alex Campbell? Look, he will fly in from Boston. He has to pay even.
If he's flying up, that's fine. No problem, Alex. I'll get you a game. I'll get you in a game. I always invite Joe to come out too. But no, it's gonna be fun. I think their broadcast crew is great. I want to shout out my guy Dwight Walton out of Montreal. Played with Rowan Barrett, played with Steve Nash on the national team. He's doing some great things over in Montreal. He's also a ref out there, and he's coaching with Concordia and all that. So the CBL is fantastic. Got a chance to say what's up to Cat Barber, who had a little, little sip in the NBA. He's looking to get back there as well. And the backcourt between Cat Barber, on their team. Who's he playing with again? Cat Barber. What am I drawing a blank? Not J. Cole. J. Cole is not back. Jalen
Harris.
Jalen Harris and him is going to be an incredible backcourt for Scarborough. They brought in a lot of the usual pieces there. I think the CBL is they're doing great things.
Do they do a post-game show? What's his name? Sam Ibrahim, right? Sam Ibrahim. Good friend of mine. He's a great friend of the president.
Oh, really? Great friend of yours. Okay, stop it.
Doesn't know Drew Ebanks. Listen, you need...
Stop. You don't know everybody.
I know
out
everybody.
of here.
Look, I know Alex Campbell. I know everybody. Did you know that I know Tim Crabtree also? Come on. And what was the other guy you mentioned?
You know him. You should know his name.
Go ahead. What was the other guy you mentioned?
Nick Carlucci.
See me and him, Nick Carlucci. Anyways, Sam Ibrahim, listen, you need a post-game show. We have a season ticket holder who wants to do a post-game show from the sideline.
Don't speak for me. We'll
deal with that. We have a season ticket holder.
Don't put me in no positions.
Some not named Drew Ebanks, named Andrew. All right, so he wants to do a post-game show.
This guy loves vouching for my time.
So hold on. Seriously, go out and support the Scarborough Shooting Stars. And by the way, the Hamilton Honey Badgers are now Brampton. So right in the GTA, you've got two CEBL teams. And by the way, Hamilton won last year. Hamilton beat Scarborough in the finals there. So great basketball there. The CEBL is the place to be. And they're bringing big stars.
Are you getting paid for this? Because you sound like you're getting paid for this. The way you're
I'm hoping our friend Ibrahim can send this to him. Look at this. The president of the province of Canada. No dread. Like Drew. Like look how I come. Look at my background. Look at the net there. Look at Alex's background. Look at look. We can't even see it. You're distorted. He's trying to hog his merchandise. And look, you can't even see it. Look at that. You can't even see it. Take away the ball inside, then they could see it. Anyways, go out and support the Canadian Basketball League and Moriali and everybody there. They put on a fantastic show from Scarborough. We got two teams now in the greater GTA, Scarborough and Brampton. Go out, support it. You know what they need? A team in North York. Scarborough, Brampton, North York, Mississauga. You cover all the corridors. Work on it, Mike Moriali. And Drew, can we get Mike Moriali here? Because next week, the Canadian Football League starts. All right?
That's great. I'll work on it. I'll get Mike on the show.
And seriously, we want to support anything Canadian. Canadian Elite Basketball League is really, really great. And they do a great job. And Drew even spends the money, gets courtside seats to witness, and he's there every game. And if he's not there every game, he gives up a pair of tickets to Alex Campbell, who flies in from Boston. See the dedication the Fired Up Network has for the CEBL. Come on. All right, Drew, one other thing, and we'll talk with Alex here. The WNBA just nicely underway. Let's talk about that. The buzz is still going around from Scotiabank Arena, that preseason game. Go ahead.
Yeah, the buzz is going around. It's going. The WNBA is going great. It's great to see Brittany Griner back on the court. What a story that was. And obviously, the WNBA recently also sent another tweet saying they couldn't believe 19,800 people were there in Toronto. So I think it's a very, very, very good shot that Toronto's going to get its team. And I'm compelled.
Very good shot, he says. Listen, Drew. With all due respect your elders, even though you're older than me. Respect the president of the provinces of Canada. I came on here How long ago? More than a
Months
year
ago.
ago. More than a year ago, I said the WNBA is coming to Toronto. The WNBA will be coming in 2025 to Toronto. Check, check, check. We don't know if it's going to be owned by MLSE. I still don't know it. I don't think so. But they are going to come to Toronto. Look for an announcement in that possibly towards the end of this year, early next year. WNBA is coming to Toronto. Now, the other thing, they want to have two teams. I heard a little birdie told me, same birdie that tells me everything, not like Drew's, he has a big birdie there, Ernest, big birdie. Anyways, so a little birdie told me in Florida, they're looking at some WNBA action in Florida. I don't know if it's Miami. I don't know if it's Tampa. I don't know if it's Orlando. I don't know if it's Daytona Beach, but I like to be in all three places, all four places, like Alex. You like to be in the beach in Miami. Look, Miami, come on. Bienvenido at Miami. Drew, I have a good friend who comes from Miami and goes to Miami all the time. He always says, tell that guy Ebanks to keep my name out of his mouth. All right? So that's what he tells me all the time. But with Canadian basketball, with the WNBA, with the Canadian Elite Basketball League, if we're not coming, we're already there. People should be talking, and Alex, I'm sorry, in the States, they should be talking more about Canada coming up and being a basketball powerhouse with players, with a league, with teams, with GMs, with everything. Alex, I'll let you chime in, and then Drew, and then we'll close it out.
Sure, yeah. I mean, on the WNBA, Drew, did you watch any of the WNBA games for the opening ones?
I haven't watched all of them yet. I've watched little clips of them so far, but I usually during the season, I definitely am here in front of my TV watching some of the games for sure, especially with our Canadian girls.
Joe and I were talking before the show. I mean, I work from home, so sometimes I have the luxury of being able to turn one of these kind of games on in the background, and you know what I mean, just kind of osmosis my way through it. But yeah, I actually got a chance. I watched the Sparks Mercury game with Griner. That was phenomenal. Yeah. She was great in that game, man. She was great in that game.
And motivating her teammates. If you saw cameras, come on, you could do it. You could, motivating the teammates like crazy.
18 points, 4 blocks. That was what I was most impressed by, man. She is a machine down low. And then the other one that I got a chance to watch was the Connecticut Sun, because that's on here locally on the East Coast a lot. So, and Alyssa Thomas, I mean, boy, oh boy, Alyssa Thomas is fantastic. She's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, the skills are there for sure. You love to see it. And like I mentioned before, the next crop of NCAA grads in the next couple of years that are going to come out into the WNBA are going to take it even into a bigger stratosphere, because the skills they possess, they're incredible. Handle, shot, and personality more than anything. Like I said, too, the compelling nature of the women's tournament is actually overshadowing the men right now. There are not a lot of compelling pieces there, but for the women, there were so many storylines that were incredible.
That will be really interesting though, like seeing next year's tournament, because throughout the years you can see that there's less put into the women's tournament than the men's tournament. You can just see it like in the broadcast. I mean, you can see it, but I'm interested. You used to be able to tell. Just there used to not even be a broadcast. So
yeah, now it's like they have up here. They have pretty much side by side.
Yeah,
and all the women's games are being broadcast.
And I'm going to say this: not only up here, Drew. I don't know if you checked this out, but Alex told me this. Viva Live TV, which we're on Channel 38, Viva Live TV shows WNBA games, and they showed. I was watching the CEBL game yesterday with Chuck Swirsky there. So check out Viva Live TV. And Drew, in case you're wondering, and thank God you dressed up for the occasion. All right, thank God you dressed up for the occasion. Not only are we on Viva Live TV and like 30 other apps, but you could see the scrolling behind there. We're also on Roku. Alex, Roku. Amazon Fire plus Fire TV sticks, Samsung TV plus Apple TV, Android TV, LG Smart TV, because Drew needs the smart TVs, Philips TVs.
Only Samsung for me, brother. Sorry.
Oh, we're on Samsung.
No other TV.
And we're on, and we're going to be on TCL very, very soon. So, Alex, you start us off. Tell everybody how they could get a hold of you. And by the way, Alex and me have renegotiated his deal. I added another zero. He's
Oh,
going
boy.
to be writing
Woo!
NBA Finals game reports for the firedupnetwork.ca. Go ahead, Alex.
Lamar
Yeah,
Jackson.
yeah. So you catch me on the crossover for my articles on the post game. I'll probably write some pregame articles too, which is kind of the way I am. Want to take a look pre and post, and then also get a hold of me on Twitter, Fired Up Alex, on Twitter, or at Fired Up Alex. Same thing on Instagram. Created a new one, so at Fired Up Alex, and then right here on the Fired Up Network crossover series and on Ballin with Drew Ebanks here every week.
Maybe sometimes NBA jump balls, sometimes Rumac and the Greek.
Yeah, yeah, Rumac and the Greek, NBA jump ball. It's too many places. I don't know. I'll list. I'll try to list them all next time.
Yeah, I get my money's worth, Drew. I don't know if you know this. All right, Drew B. Go ahead, Captain Canada.
I see that. No, you can find me also at Drew Ebanks on Twitter. Don't forget On Point Basketball on Instagram and Facebook as well. YouTube also, and onpointbasketball.com. Check us out. We'll be covering the CBL starting tomorrow, and obviously that's in Brampton, where Scarborough takes on Brampton, as well as in Scarborough as well, with our guy Sean McLeod covering over there. And we have
big up to Sean. Big up to Sean.
We have our new correspondent out in the West End, Janet. She'll be covering Brampton basketball there. So phenomenal summer. Canada basketball, we got Sean writing his articles on CB, the Women's World Cup, the Men's World Cup. It's going to be a crazy summer of basketball. The Global Jam is here again in Toronto, under 23, brand new under 23 tournament for FIBA right now. And shout out to women, the Canadian national women's team. Toby Fournier's over there as well, over in Edmonton. They're practicing. They've got a game on the 30th, an exhibition game with their tune-up for the World Championship. So Canada basketball is nonstop all summer long. AAU's going on right now. And I told you before, watch out for this young man, Efosa Olioju. Watch out for him all summer. He's playing for Canada Elite in the Under Armour series. Watch out for that young man. And watch out for Will Riley. He's doing his thing too. Will Riley's playing for UPlay Canada. He's one of the next ones up that's going to be NBA bound in the next couple, 2-3 years. No doubt about that.
All right. And since nobody was clear with your merchandise, go ahead. Go now.
Well, merch is coming soon. We're going to finally get our on-point merch.
That look what he shows. Ballin'. That's what it shows. Get some Ballin' t-shirts going.
Maybe we'll do some Ballin' tees as well. But yeah, On Point, we're going to get that going. And also look out for the On Point newsletter coming up. We're working on that right now. It's going to be all things hoops, where to go, what's happening, where we'll be, including Fired Up. We'll be posting the shows on there, the links to them, so that people can watch it. So a lot of things on my plate, but we're getting it done. I will be at ATL this weekend. Shout out my boy Dave. We're going to go celebrate his birthday with a big shindig down there with some Toronto people.
Hold on, a shindig? When's the last time, Alex, you attended a shindig?
A shindig? I don't know. I'm not old enough.
What you do for shindig?
Yeah, you're right. You're not old enough.
So, I don't know. I'm not old enough. No.
All right. On that note, Drew, I'll let you cut the salami and cheese because this party is over. Close it out, Drew.
Well, it's been great. I'm glad. Hey, the Chuckster's back. We love him. He's in Chicago doing his thing. He's back home, but he's back up in Canada. Can't wait to see him. Hopefully he'll be there tomorrow. I don't know if I'll make it. I might try to make it out to Brampton to check that Scarborough-Brampton game. I think it's going to be phenomenal. And, shout out, as I said, Cadre Gray, one of our Canadian pros, hit the game-winning three last night for Ottawa in that game. So I sent a message to him. I posted his shot, and he sent a message saying thanks, Drew. So it's always good, man.
Gave him a just take salami and cheese and bring out
the salami and cheese.
All right, salami and cheese, good. Drew Ebanks, Alex Campbell, Ballin, and just starting out is Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Final between the Miami Heat and Boston Celtics. I'll keep you updated on that, what's going on there with that game and everything like that. That's game 5. And now game 4 of the Western Conference Final in the NHL. 1-0. Vegas leads Dallas. Of course, if Vegas wins, they sweep away the series. It will be Vegas and Florida, like we talked about with Digit an hour ago here on Fired Up Live, the flagship show of the Fired Up Network. Now, I bring the Hall of Famer, John Freeman Nelson of OSG Sports, to discuss lacrosse on Outside the Box. Hey everybody, this is Joseph Hasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live, and welcome to the Hall of Famer of the Fired Up Network, John Freeman Nelson of OSG Sports in Atlanta, and welcome to Outside the Box. Game 3, yes, Game 3 of the Western Conference Final, and it's going to be a doozy. All right, but before, like John says, before we look ahead, we got to look back. So let's look back at Game 2, John. All right, Game 2, and very a close nail biter once again. And go ahead, let's talk about that one.
13-12. And that was not what I had planned as a part of everything there. And, you start out in one of these, and it's one of those where you kind of stare at your opponent, try to size them up a little bit. Even after the first quarter, Calgary gets a bit of distance in the second quarter. And literally it was the consistency of Calgary all the way through. It took Colorado a 6-goal fourth to get it to a one-goal margin by the time they were done at 13-12. But, you wrap it up, and Tanner Cook had 3 goals. Jesse King had 6 assists. He had 2 goals on the night. So Jesse goes for 2 and 6, finishes with 8 points. And by the time we're done, we talked about it last time, where it was a game with 2 of the top goalies in the league, Dylan Ward and Christian Del Bianco. And by the time you're done, Calgary ends up getting the Duke, and Christian Del Bianco advances. Dylan Ward stays at home.
All right, so the great nail biter Western Conference and everything like that. But let's we'll do it next week and all that. But again, it's Colorado last year winning the National Lacrosse League title. Now, on Saturday, Game 1 of the best of 3 starts at 7 p.m., Colorado at Buffalo. But What's interesting here, Game 2, John, I know it's a holiday, Memorial Day, happy Memorial Day. Do you say happy Memorial Day because it's Memorial Day?
No, it is a way to remember those who have lost their life serving the country. And so it is a Memorial Day. It is a time of great reverence here in the United States.
All right. On Monday, 4 p.m. Eastern, that's 2 p.m. Colorado time. So Saturday, 7 p.m. in Buffalo. Monday, Game 2, and Game 2 will be necessary at 2 p.m. Colorado time, 4 p.m. Eastern. So let's go Saturday, what you expect.
Well, I mean, Colorado getting through in Game 3, they had their defense show up in the fourth quarter of game number 3 against Calgary, putting a goose egg on the board. And I don't think you can get any better in an elimination game, in a mutual elimination game, by having your defense step up in the fourth quarter to win it 9-7. I mean, once again, we talk about the 2 of the best goalies in the league, and you end up with a 9-7 final. So not necessarily a surprise. But as we've talked about Buffalo all the way through the playoffs, 20 on Rochester, 14 on Toronto, 17 on Toronto, to get them here to that first home game against Colorado Saturday, to get you to have to fly all the way over to Buffalo to Colorado for game number 2. So what we have seen in the postseason from Buffalo is you're averaging basically you're averaging, mid-teens. No one else is mid-teens and has as clamped down a defense as we've seen. Frankly, any game in Buffalo, it's going to go to the Bandits. I just wonder about the margin, though, and Colorado stepping in. Is it going to be closer than we've seen, or is it going to be another blowout? I think it's going to be another blowout in Game 1.
You're wrong. And like, this is a guy who gets like 80%. All right. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Colorado is not going to win. Buffalo will win.
Yeah.
But Colorado is going to surprise the Bandits with a fast start, maybe leading by a goal or two at the end of the first quarter. Buffalo will then turn it up in the second and third quarter, and Buffalo will win 13-10.
Okay.
13-10. It will be a much closer game than you're probably saying 17-10, something like that, right?
Probably, yeah, somewhere.
All right. So it will be a much closer game because if you look at Colorado, Calgary, and this is just a couple weeks ago here, last week and the week before and all that, they were nail biters, 8-7, 13-12 and all that. So they, you talk about defense tightening it down. They're going to tie it down there, and they're going to keep it very close. I'm not saying they're going to win in Buffalo. I don't think anybody will win in Buffalo, except for Game 3 if there is a Game 3, all right? It's going to be very tough. But I think Buffalo will win 13-10 in Game 1. And then the second game, I can't believe, like, when you think about a final, a championship series, a championship game, you get a week to Super Bowl. You get 2 weeks. You get best of 7 in hockey, and in basketball, 2-3 days off between. These guys have a day off between, and flying across from east to west.
Yeah.
And lacrosse, if you don't know lacrosse, if you interview the players after the game, their teeth are hanging out, they're breathing, they're sweating, they lost 10, 15 pounds. You can see cross checks, sticks. This is going to be very interesting to me. We both say Buffalo's going to win. But the key is what happens in Game 2. It's a holiday in the States, and 2 p.m. Colorado time, 4 p.m. So 7 p.m. on Saturday, and then less than 48 hours flying across the country, playing another. And let's face it, if Buffalo wins, Buffalo's going to be more motivated to finish it. And Colorado is motivated to take it Game 3. It's going to be, no pun intended, everybody's going to be fired up for that one, right, John?
Yeah, I mean, you look at Buffalo finishing the regular season for the second year in a row at 14-4. And to your point, 6 of the 7 wins in the second half of the season decided by 1 goal. 4 of those games ended in overtime. But remember, Buffalo also has not raised either the Champions Cup or the NLL Cup since 2008. They've lost 3 finals in the last 8 years, 16, 19, and 22. Last year's finals loss came against Colorado. So you wonder how much they're in the back of the mind of everybody in Buffalo. And so I think it goes, my gut, since I said it's going to go 2, I'm just going to say it's going to go 2 because you can't change your mind in the middle of something. So I will say that Buffalo, since they're averaging 17 goals in the postseason, I think it won't get to 17. It's probably something 15-ish, maybe 15-10. Yeah, I think there's going to be some distance in Game 1. But I think that the depth of Buffalo will come through in Game number 2. It'll be one of those 9-7s that we're thinking about just because everybody is so dinged up. If Colorado finds a way out of Colorado to get it back to Buffalo for a Game 3, obviously we'll be talking about it next week, setting up a Game 3. But I think Buffalo gets it done in 2, and they come home with a trophy.
Guess what? You're wrong again.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you said that.
All right. So you're saying like 17-10, something like
17-10 in the first one, maybe 15-10 in the first one, probably something 9-7-ish in the second one.
All right. So first of all, listen to the President of Provinces of Canada, the Mayor of North America, the Mayor-elect of Toronto, going to
Call you Mona, the Mayor of North America. All right, Mona. What's up?
Mona. All right. With a rebel yell, she cried. Never mind. That's all right. Let's go to Game 1. I say Buffalo wins 13-10. Game 2, Colorado, like the back's against the wall. It's do or die or whatever. And they come out gangbusters again. But this time, they prevail by 1 goal. Colorado will win Game 2 at home by 1 goal, and then we're headed back to Buffalo for the deciding game, Game 3, Saturday, June 3rd at 7:30. by the way. So they play first 2 games within a 48
And then you take 5 days off.
Yeah, that's the point. So, but I think it's going to be a nail biter in game 2 with Colorado winning, and maybe, just maybe, I haven't seen it yet because I haven't done Kreskin yet, Johnny Carson there, but maybe just in overtime. Maybe just in overtime there. But you're right. But when, how, and who likes the Buffalo Bills? How apropos is it that they haven't won? Yeah, exactly. Haven't won a National Lacrosse League Championship Cup since 2008. All right, and going 4 times straight to the Super Bowl, and now it's going to be the 5th Super Bowl this year, but this time going to win, right? But Chris Berman, let me ask Chris Berman, because you're going to go with Buffalo. You're going with Buffalo. Is Chris Berman going to be at the celebration for the National Lacrosse League title?
Yeah. No one circles the wagons, Joe, like the Buffalo Bandits. And so we'll see what happens there in game number 2.
All right.
3 will be there, but yes, no one circles the wagons like your Bandits.
So the Hall of Famer, OSG Sports, John Freeman Nelson, is predicting a sweep. Sweep. Now, the president of the provinces of Canada is not. I think we're going to go to game 3 on Saturday, June 3rd in Buffalo. And, in Buffalo, it's going to be hot June 3rd. It's going to be, and I'm telling you,
You're not playing it. You're not playing.
I don't care. Whatever Buffalo, what KeyBank Arena, HSBC Arena, the odd in Buffalo, it's always hot. It's always hot in whatever arena you have it.
It's odd. There you go.
It is hot. That's right. And I think it's going to be a nail biter. I won't predict game 3, but it's going to be a big nail biter. Now, as we tend to finish the lacrosse season, what do you expect in the offseason? Do you expect a team to be announced for the 2025 season? Because it seems like every league is expanding or announcing new teams by 2025.
I think that that makes sense, because you don't want to give yourself a short runway to get something done. I think that you're gonna get a skip year, and I think that you're going to get teams announced for 25. Obviously, to even things out, you need to get that 8th team in the West squared away, and that gets you to 16. And then you can go 4x4, and then you want to determine, okay, do we go 1? Do we go 3? Because I don't think you want to continue to go in odd numbers to get too many things forward. So I think that you're going to go somewhere between 1 and 3 for 2025, and it should be really interesting to see. Do you go 16 or do you go 18? I think that's the next question for you when it comes to the National Lacrosse League.
All right, and if they pick 1, where do you think?
Out west? I mean, so all right. So let's look at this. San Diego, Calgary. You're looking.
I have it under good authority when I spoke to my good friend. Well, I'm not going to say who my good friend is, but anyways, I have it under good authority. You want me to spoil it here? I'll spoil it here. This is why you're watching the Fired Up Network on Viva Live. Have you checked out Viva Live TV? I know Giancarlo watches himself, but have you?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I watched Giancarlo on Viva Live TV. That's what I do.
All right. I hear a little birdie has told me it looks like San Francisco, the home of Golden State Warriors Arena, wants a lacrosse team.
And that makes a lot of sense. I mean, with the Western rivalries and what that also does, we've mentioned in years past when we've done the show, where you bring in a team in Vegas, suburban Vegas. What that does is it shortens your travel ideas. Like if you want to combine weekends, you can go, say if you're San Diego, you can go, or if you're Panther City, you can go from Panther City to Vegas to Denver and home, and you can get 2 games done in a weekend. If you were to do that, you go out west, you go San Diego, San Francisco, and back home. So you're kind of connecting the dots here when it comes to what you can do for travel. And then the other question going forward is, instead of east-west, do you go north-south? Because I know that in the past we have talked about, teams in New Orleans and things like that. And so instead of orienting north and south, instead of orienting east and west like you do now, do you flip it into an American Canadian division, those kinds of things? And that's what you're staring at here. Do you flip it and go north south over time?
North south will be back soon, but anyways, let me just say that the little birdie told me San Francisco, Sacramento, are the two vying for the West.
Okay.
And the East, it looks like a team in Montreal is probably coming back. Montreal had a team there, and it looks like a team, and I want your thoughts on this one, Florida.
Well, I think that it continues to add to the footprint. It also gives Georgia a dance once again. We talked about New Orleans. Yeah, that would give Panther City a dance partner.
Yeah.
Go to Florida, that gives Georgia a dance partner. Because right now, I mean, Georgia is they're kind of out there on a travel island. Because I mean, think about it: Buffalo, Golden Horseshoe, Halifax, Rochester, Philly, New York, Albany. Who's left? The Georgia Swarm.
Yep.
Well, everybody else is in the Northeast. And I mean everybody. Everybody's in the northeast corner of the continent, and you got the Georgia Swarm. You give Georgia a travel partner by doing something like that, to where, yes, it is one of the busiest and easily accessible airports to get in and out of around the planet, but you give them a dance partner when it comes to financial situations. So that doing something in, say, a Tampa or an Orlando does make a lot of sense when it comes to using a building, needing a building, having access to a building, and giving Georgia a dance partner.
Well, you said Tampa, Orlando. But what about the home that has the NBA soon-to-be finalists and now NHL finalists? What momentum that could be next year or the year after for Florida?
Yeah, I mean, if you went to Sunrise, it would give Sunrise more dates. I don't know what attendance would be, considering Sunrise you have to travel to get to. You might have to go to the downtown arena and do something in Miami, as opposed to going out to Sunrise. That would be the question. But I think that if you're trying to get folks to an easily accessible point, if you're trying to do something Fort Lauderdale, Sunrise, Miami, it would have to be the Miami arena.
All right, John, hold on here. The producer's going to do something here.
Uh-oh.
All right, go ahead. Tell everybody how they could get a hold of you.
Easiest way is on the Twitters right there, at OSG Nelson. That's the easiest way to get things done right there. Also follow along on the Soccer Down Here Daily Radio Network, as well as the OSG Sports Radio Network. Don't forget to download the OSG Sports app, available on iOS and Android. iOS, you got to go to Spreaker, do a search for OSG Sports, and then go through that way. On the Google Play Store, OSG Sports app is available right there, and also on the website at theonlinesportsguys.com right there. Book number 6, as we plot both books 7, 8, 9, and 10, Noble Strong Lessons in Destiny. Go on to Amazon, pick that up. Either do a John Nelson, Jon John search, or Noble Strong search, and you can pick up the book. Very, very cool story about a family fighting the biggest battle they ever had in the town that supported them while they did it. So very, very cool stuff there. Go to Amazon and pick it up.
All right, that's John Freeman Nelson, the Hall of Famer of OSG Sports. He says Buffalo's going to take it. He's going to be wrong like he usually is. The president of the provinces of Canada say there's going to be a Game 3. Thanks a lot, John.
Anytime, my friend.
I was a Hall of Famer, John Freeman Nelson of OSG Sports in Atlanta on Outside the Box, previewing the National Lacrosse League Championship Cup final between Buffalo and Colorado. And boy, oh boy, do we have something good. That final is going to be superb, if you ask me, superb. Now we have a partnership with the Junkyard Dog, Jerome Williams, former Toronto Raptor, like we mentioned last week. Here is his interview with Clint.
I got a couple nice whips drive during the week. Store runs, family times, we keep it discreet. But when that sunshine bright and I'm ready to drive, I got them big boy toys in the ballers can ride. I got a couple nice whips drive during the week. Store runs, family times, we keep it discreet. But when that sunshine bright and I'm ready to drive, I got them big boy toys in the ballers can ride. I give 110 on the court. It's my life on the line, living a dream. So what I do is really not a sport. Losing ain't the option, so get ready to win. Pull up with 2 Maseratis, yeah, they calling us twins. And the Lambo is clean, you can see your own reflection.
Today on Ball's Garage, I got a special friend of mine. His name is Kyle Lowry, better known as K-Lo. This cat, Toronto Raptors, but he was formerly Houston Rockets. And before that, Biggie's Villanova. Well, Ball's Garage, we gotta go check him out. I need my Dog Pound insiders to tell me exactly where K-Lo's new location is. Every 5 minutes, you know these NBA players, they're changing locations. So B, what's up, man? I need the down low on K-Lo. Where's he at? Where are we going? What's going on?
I got the location on Kyle. Gated community out in Las Vegas, and
Right.
you think we can't get him? I had the dog sniffing around,
That's it.
and we
Sniff,
found
sniff.
exactly where Kyle's at.
This is it. This is what Baller Garage is all about.
Right now, I'm in Kyle Lowry's neighborhood. It's one of these houses right here. I think this is it right here. This is it. Yo, let's see if it's home. I gotta check out how these NBA guys keep their cars. Are they clean or are they dirty? Either way, we're gonna catch them right now. Come on. That's my dog. What's going on, man?
What's up, man? What you doing, man, dog?
All right, listen. I gotta show the viewers what Kyle Lowry's riding in, what K-Lo is dropping in right now. That's what I gotta do. That's what people want to see.
So you want to see my car?
Yeah, gotta see the
Dirty, everything.
Hey,
I ain't get it washed in about
it's the
3 weeks.
garage. This Ball's Garage, baby. This is how we do it.
But you know, I just got done working out. I get a shower, and I mean, can I shower? No. So I can't have friends that live close, man.
That's right. The dog's gonna find you. Now let's see what's in your garage.
Okay. The Alpina. First thing I see is the kitted up on the bottom. The Beamer looking nice with the white on white.
You know.
Come on now.
Kind of dirty right now, but you know.
Why the Alpine?
You know, honestly, since my rookie year, I've had BMW 750s and all all the stuff, and then, you know, but when I got a chance to get a little bit more, money in my pocket.
That new contract.
The new contract.
That new check.
The first one I got from, my youngin' days.
Right.
I said, look, I'm gonna upgrade myself.
Now you stepping up.
You know, and I heard T.I. one day say, he said, everything in my garage, nothing less than 200. On the dash, so I had to step my game up.
Okay.
And I had to get something with 200 on the dash.
Right.
So
this is 200 on the dash.
You know, it's not many people. I don't see many of these out here.
They looking at the emblem and they not really understanding. This isn't the 79,000.
It's about 140, 160 if you do everything the right way.
Let's pop the hood.
I don't even know what this thing look like under the hood sometimes, but I'm gonna do it because that's my dog. You know what I'm saying?
That's it.
I'm gonna pop the hood because he's my dog. I got it. Okay. You know, most NBA players don't know how to do this stuff, so it might take a while. But me, I do this sometimes. Look how dirty that thing is. But look at that engine.
Alpina.
Custom. You got the custom, Alpina symbol right there. You got the Alpina engine, all that. They did everything very nice. This thing run like a real machine.
Now, most of these NBA players, they buy these cars. They don't know what's in the engine. They don't know what the components are. Let's see what Kyle knows about his car.
Where you put the oil. You put the oil right here. You got to do. I know my car now.
Okay.
Some people don't.
Okay, that's good. Hey, check one. He got the first one up.
You got the windshield.
Where's
wipe.
the windshield wipe right there?
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But listen, the one thing about BMW, they do a good job of putting everything right where you can see it. They got let's say BMW caster. You got the windshield wipers.
Where's your battery?
My battery's over here, boss. My battery over here somewhere. You know what? Right? You see the little. See, listen, BMW do a good job. You see that? Right there, dog. You got the little plus right there.
Oh, you got the little pick. They tried to trick. They almost threw you one. They
tried
slid it in the back.
They tried to get the kid, but the kid, he know a little bit about his car, So, this my baby, and I've treated her well for the year.
All right, let's go ahead and close the hood up. Can we go to the shoes on the car first?
Well, you go to shoes on the car. Look at it.
Shoes on the car.
You got me embarrassed. Look how dirty my thing is. Look at this baby. But, at the end of the day, come like this.
This is important because the same thing they rock with on their car need to be on their feet. Can we like put the two together? Let's see.
When you going out, you stepping out, you already got the Alpina rocking. What shoes you rocking on the feet? What's the kicks? Kicks and whips.
I'm gonna do something special for y'all. Give me a minute.
Okay.
I'm gonna show y'all something real quick. I'll be right back. All right. One of the perks of being in the NBA and being an Adidas athlete that I am. These might be one of the best sneakers out right now. But I'm gonna show y'all, you know, I don't show my stuff off, but, you know.
Hey!
This is what we stepping out the whip with.
Hey!
We're gonna step out with those.
Okay.
You know.
Oh, that's it. That's
what you're gonna step out with.
Right.
That's what's going with the car.
Right.
Whatever car. This is one of the things you wish you still was playing. You know, you get these perks.
Oh, my bad. Hey, listen, music is very important. Whether they're going to practice, coming from the gym, going to pick up their kids from school, what's going on in the tunes? What's coming out the radio? What are we listening to? Let's show me what your top 3 jams are, if not the number 1 jam.
I gotta go with my man. This, you know what I'm saying? I'm a young guy, but you know, Drake, my man, you know, Raptors, you know, Toronto, you know, show some love to Toronto.
Shout out to Drake.
You know, we always gotta show love to, you know, Drake. You know what I'm saying? Then you got. So there you have it, man. Those are my beats, man.
The beats.
That's what I'm rocking.
Lil you always bring it.
Lil Hov, Lil Drake, Lil Meek, you know, Pepper and everything, Lil Ye, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I like good music.
I see. Okay. Girls in magazines is cool, but this is the thing. NBA players, we have our fantasies. We have the people that we kind of dream about, that we're saying to ourselves, man, if I had the opportunity, this person here would be in the seat next to me. We got to see who's riding beside these players, or who would they choose if they had the choice. Balls Garage, we're going to bring that to you as to what these players are actually thinking about. What celebrity be riding with them? Who's riding with you?
Right now, we got to get into this last segment. It's all about, you know, you got this hot whip, right?
Yep.
And we got to know, if you had your choice of who's riding with you, who's riding in the front seat, the back seat with you, and then who's getting left out on the side. So I got 3 people for you. Okay, so the first one, you don't have to answer till you get all 3.
Okay.
First one is Beyonce. The second one is Sierra. And the third one is Nicki Minaj. So who's riding in the front seat, who's riding in the back with you, and then who you just sort of waving to?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like Nicki got front with me because she a rider. She gonna ride with me, and but in the back seat gonna be my boss.
Boss is in the back?
Boss, Queen B. Yeah, Queen B in the back. She the boss. She tell me what to do. And
ride or die up front.
And I'm like, ride or die.
Boss in the back.
And I love Sierra to death, but you know, Russell Wilson got her.
Ballers Garage.
Seeing the whip. I let y'all listen to music. I showed y'all the Yeezys. But wrong, you my man. But you gotta get the hell on, dog. You know, listen. Hey, you know, it's a gated community. I don't know how they let you in the first place. Y'all be easy.
This next cat we're gonna go to is my man Marcus Banks. He's all about the flash. Marcus Banks comes out, he's looking all clean and classy, but I gotta catch him and see what his grunge state looks like. Can we catch him off guard? So Dog Pound, I need to know what you got on Marcus Banks. Where's he at? Where's he located? Okay, Mr. Banks, because he's all flashy and everything, he tried to be all elusive, but Mr. Banks, you can bank on this. The Dog Pound's got you. Come on, we gonna fire this up like hotcakes.
We are on the prowl. It's about to go down, ladies and gentlemen. I got another one on deck. Marcus Banks, Boston Celtics. Man, he living in a construction zone. These houses not even developed yet. Bro, what's going on? I'm at 2262, and all I see out here is a bunch of crows and construction. There's pipes, there's dirt.
Dirt? What?
Dirt.
He said, no, it's 42. 4232.
42.
Where in the world did you get that address from? Who said that?
That's the address you... Oh, okay. You know what? I'm on it.
Even a dog senses is messed up sometimes.
Turn right on South Tioga Way, then turn right.
I smell garage. You smell that? You smell that?
Turn right on Yogi Court, then turn right.
Hello, delivery for Marcus Banks. This is UPS with a package.
I'm ready.
Here we go again. This is Marcus Banks' house. Miami Heat, Boston Celtics, Toronto Raptors. You know what time it is. 30 million. Let's go. It's JYD.
Oh my God.
Hello, how you doing?
Good.
Good, good. Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Is Mr. Banks at home?
Marcos. Who is it? I don't know. You.
What's going on?
When you come out of your house with a white robe, looking like Liberace, you got a last name Banks, you better have something in the garage that got to do with some money. Come on, man. What's going on, dog?
Good, man. Wait a minute. What's all this, man? What's up with the camera and
Oh,
stuff?
man, don't mind them. They're just the people at home.
What can I help you with? What can I help y'all with, man?
Come
What's
on,
up?
man. I got this. Check out the whips.
You putting me on the spot right now. What I'm supposed to do right now?
Doesn't matter. I just got to see what's
All right, well, look, man. Let me see what I can do. I think my son got a couple skateboards in here, man. I'm gonna see what he got going
Let's
on,
go.
man.
I got the jaw going.
Wow.
Come on, man. And see, whenever somebody shows up to the front door with a white robe on, I already know something getting ready to go down.
Hey, man, all white everything, man, I guess.
I don't even know where to start.
This is probably one of the newest additions to the team right here, man. It's the Jeep, you know. I put the Hemi in the engine. It's a little supercharged or whatever.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
the Jeep.
And my 100 gonna be better than your 100, I can tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, come around here, man. Let me show you something. Let me show you what I put in the back over here, man. So pretty much, man, you know it's white on the outside. You know what I'm saying? I got a little black and white. We call this the Oreo cookie, man. You know what I'm saying?
Come on now.
So I got the speakers to match it and all that kind of stuff like that. But, you know, there it is. Check it out, man.
You got any Oreo cookies? I might take one of them right now.
You know, let me see what I got, man. My son, man.
Man, so you got the convertible top. I mean,
Yeah.
you got the beach. I mean, is it bikinis in the back? What's happening?
Man, this is a family's vehicle, man. You know what I'm saying? This is actually my kids, man. This their favorite car.
I'm marinating in this Jeep, but I still got some candy and some dessert to my left. So let's get into that. You got me feeling like 007.
And this car is actually not even clean right now, but hey, we're gonna make it work.
Already know we got the white and the red based on some UNLV.
That's exactly what it is, man. You know, at the end of the day, I'm just showing my respect to my school, to my city.
Talk about these wheels right here. What's on these shoes?
Hey, man, so these 22s, man, this is actually a custom 4G or whatever.
Forgiatos, that's them Fs, baby.
I really wanted these wheels, so, you know what I'm saying? I went ahead and hollered at my man, and, you know, he made that work for me.
What are you taking from the shoe game when you step out in this car? What's your kick game looking like?
Man.
What's your favorite pair?
I mean, you know, if anybody know me, man, they know my thing. I like to dress. I like to, you know what I'm saying? Appearance mean everything. You know what I'm saying? First appearance, you know, you never want to leave a bad taste in nobody's mouth. So, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Go get me and show me.
You know what? You know what? Let me see if I can bring the Dorothy's out here, man. Let me see what the Dorothy's can do. You know what I mean?
Dorothy's? What are we talking about? The Wizard of Oz? I don't think Toto gonna like this, man. I mean, we ought to see the wizard. Nah, man. He better not come out here with some red pointed shoes.
Fresh box.
Man, usually I don't do this, man. Like, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna go ahead and let these Dorothy's. These are custom, man. I think I probably wore them.
I got your box. Mm-hmm. Oh, jeez.
So you know what I'm saying? It's a little custom with the pony hair. You know what I'm saying? Little red bottoms. You know what I mean?
Come on, man. They don't make these shoes in 16 or above. So you just got to see what I'm rocking. That's all good. That's nice.
Kyle gave me Drake and Jay-Z. Now I want to see what Banks is playing in his ride.
Get inside the whip, man. I got to see what's going on with your beats, man. This is what time it is. It's time to get into the tunes. So what we listening to in this bad boy?
Man, you know what? I've been debating, you know what I'm saying, to see what I actually want to actually put on. So let me see what I got, man. Let me see. If I pull out 10 times out of the day, man, I'm listening to this 10 times out of the day. This that March Madness. What you know about that?
Man, only March Madness I know is the Sweet 16, Elite 8, and Final Four, baby.
So you know what?
Georgetown versus Syracuse.
Since we in the Aston Martin, I mean, I might as well get my James Bond on, right? Let me see what I can do.
Oh, that's what you doing? Hey, man, but hold on a second. You ain't gonna let your bro ride.
What you mean, hold on?
I need some shades. You got some for me?
Hold on, let me see some. I usually don't do this here, man, but rock with these, man. Can you rock with them?
We know Banks already came out here with this Hugh Hefner robe on, so we gotta make this Who's Riding With You a little bit tricky.
Now, it comes to the moment of truth. We gotta talk about who's riding with you. Selma Hayek, Eva Mendes, and Nicole Zellweger. Listen, one of the, the dolls, Pussycat Dolls. Who's riding in the front seat with you?
Okay.
Who's riding in the back seat? Of course, you can switch and mention that. But somebody's outside the car. Those are your three.
Let me see. You know what I'm saying? I've been rocking with Eva for a long time. You know what I'm saying? So I guess she can ride with me. So you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put her in the front seat. But guess what? Good thing this is the repeat. So I got 2 extra seats in the back. So you know what? 3 the hard way.
Hey bro, I just need to borrow one of these whips, man. Don't matter which one, but just you think I can roll with one of them, just passing them keys, dog, and we can.
You know what? Since I know you know what I'm saying, pretty trustworthy type dude, you know what I'm saying, do the right thing your whole life and stuff like that. Just a second, man, let me get these keys for you.
Man. Hey dog, hey man, hey man. See what I'm talking about? He probably gonna meet me around front.
I got a couple nice whips drive during the week. Store runs, family times, we keep it discreet. But when that sunshine bright and I'm ready to drive, I got them big boy toys in the baller's garage. I got a couple nice whips drive during store runs, family times, we keep it discreet. But when that sunshine
That was a special exclusive to the Fired Up Network. Check out IP Famba also on Viva Live TV there. I want to take the special opportunity, as you heard Digit an hour ago, I wanted to say thank you to FedEx driver Patricia. Yes, thank you very much, FedEx driver. Thank you for everything you have done. Sincerely. Again, that was exclusive to the Fired Up Network. And check out IP Famba on also Viva Live TV. By the way, we're on Viva Live TV, channel 38. Channel 38 on Viva Live TV. So check them out, give them a follow, and everything like that. Now, we had Drew, not Drew Ebanks, Drew also from Inside the Game. We're going to present the first segment of Inside the Game for the Fired Up Network. Here we go.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to ITG Daily, the show that brings you the hottest in gaming news. I'm Drew Bosley, that's the one, the only. It is Scott Savage. Scott, you ready to be savage today, dude? Because we got a lot to talk about with PlayStation's disappointing showcase from yesterday.
Oh, you just say the word. You let me in, coach.
Man. So I was on such a high yesterday going into the PlayStation showcase, and then while fans were, just like us, left very disappointed. But before we get to all that, Scott, people can join us live each and every day at 11 a.m. Eastern over on youtube.com/InsideTheGameOfficial, as well as twitch.tv/TheOfficialITG. But if you can't join us live, make sure to hit us up later hit us up on that new Fired Up Network. We'll be there for your listening eardrums and a whole lot more. As well, hit us up at InsideTheGame.ca. Of course, there's TV streaming networks around the globe. That's right. I'm talking about Roku. I'm talking about Amazon Prime under the ESTV banner. And of course, Jinx TV as well. We'll be there. Rogers. Man, we're all over the place. What can I say?
Yeah, there's no way you memorize that whole list.
No, it does definitely go on. So, there is a lot to talk about today because today's showcase has us talking about PlayStation's biggest showcase, and it's left us all disappointed, but we're going to break it down. Xbox reveals what games from the PlayStation showcase are coming to Xbox platform, and we have an update on the Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake. That's a big one, Scott.
That was a cheeky little return fire from Xbox. I like that, though. That has me laughing.
Yep. Yeah, let's get into today's show because there were over 30 games showed yesterday for PS5, PC, and only 5 for PSVR 2. That's has me very nervous. Dude, we started off with Haven's newest title, their first actually as a PlayStation studio now as well, Fair Games. Scott, I was shocked that Haven kicked off the showcase, and the fact that we really don't know what is going on here. It is looking like a 3v3v. Who knows how many people are in this world, but it is a heist experience, and it's a modern day spin-off of the Robin Hood, a thrill seeker, of course. It's one of those, man, this is not how you start off the showcase. I was left already disappointed getting into the first half of this show, left me wondering what's in store for the back half, because the first half wasn't coming out swinging. And I was
kind of expecting it to launch at a really quick rate on, Gear 3, but it kind of slowly built up that way. And
absolutely.
Fair Games wouldn't have been my choice to lead, but what I saw out of Fair Games wasn't necessarily negative. It just perhaps in a different light would have been shown a little bit better. An extraction shooter in what seems to be a trend of extraction shooters.
Well, yeah, and I'm wondering, there's no actual date given, just PS5 and PC. This is when they get in that games as service that PlayStation's been talking about that they're working on. They have 10, 13 games in development right now. Haven's working on one of those games. Fair Games is that title. And I just don't know if this is going to be in the conversation and a year later going, Scott, servers are shut down. That's where I'm kind of worried, right? They got to have the longevity ready to go here and be able to keep their community going when you're already competing with some of the best with, the Call of Duties, the Apex, the Fortnites. Vigor is already kind of coming to mind when we talk about these extraction shooters. The Division with their Dark Zone does it well as one of the big contenders as well. So when you get in here with bringing something brand new, Jade Raymond's studio finally get to figure out what she's doing. This isn't what I thought she was up to, in all honesty, right? She's bounced around from Stadia, then over to EA, and now she's formed her own studio, getting tired of, trying to work with everybody else, figures she'll do her own thing. They get bought by PlayStation, and then they come out with an extraction shooter? Not what I would have pegged.
I would have expected more of a narrative-driven kind of story element to break out this new studio, but putting all your eggs in one basket is a little nerve-wracking if you're Haven. Extraction shooter might not land, and then what does that leave you with? But we've seen DMZ, was it, on the Battlefield side, and some of these extraction shooters just are not lasting. Hazard Zone, that's right.
Yeah, DMZ was Call of Duty. But yeah, absolutely, right? It's one of those things, and then it was a cinematic trailer. Again, no gameplay. At this point, I'm over exhausted with cinematics. I want to see what I'm playing. That's what we're going to be doing. Show me what I'm playing, not this cinematic. Anybody can make a cinematic and be wowed because it looks cool, but at the end of the day, all of a sudden now your whole perspective is a different view when you're playing the game. Man, that stuff just drives me nuts, and I'm just tired of it all. And then Jim Ryan comes out, as Brad pointed over on Twitch, and dude, that kind of set the tone, I think, moving forward where we're going.
It seems that the fan side response was not that of excitement for Jim.
No, he's not the face that PlayStation once had, and that's where we're kind of sitting at, right? We're getting into this area now with Jim Ryan comes out, and you're like, oh man, what is he gonna say to set this up to kick things off? And we already got Fair Games, not really coming out as a heavy hitter. It's a new IP, but it wasn't that exciting. It didn't blow the socks off of us. And then Jim Ryan tells us we're in our third year of PlayStation 5. Here's what's coming. Our expectations are set so high. Dude, we got Helldivers 2 announced. Great. They changed the perspective. We're getting third person. PS5, PC.
That looked cool to me. It stood out as well. I was unfamiliar with Helldivers, just right off the start. So I thought, oh, is this ODST on a PlayStation?
Right. Then we saw Immortals of Avium come over. That's out on July 20th. That's EA. EA does not have EA Play this year, so they have to partner up with other companies like PlayStation. I kind of expected them to be there at Summer Games Fest with Jeff Keighley. They probably will be, Scott. Ghost Runner 2.
I don't think we saw anything new about Immortals of Avium.
No,
either.
absolutely
We've seen that
nothing.
already. There was a large expo on that already.
Yep.
But Ghost Runners 2, that got my blood moving.
No, that one. And then you also saw Phantom Blade Zero. No actual date on that, though. PS5. So that was cool to see. We're trying to move through this as quickly as possible because there are so many things. And this isn't a regular show for us, as we usually cover the latest news, but we're kind of running through the showcase and breaking it down. Hitting on some of the highlights. Sword of the Sea was definitely a highlight for me. This is about some of the creators from the team that worked on Journey. And definitely when that opened up, I'm like, yo, is this Journey 2? And that's where I was like, yeah, this looks cool.
That looked really cool to me. I like the looks of it.
Absolutely. The Talos Principle 2 was announced as well. Nice puzzle game, Scott. There's a lot going on.
I'm curious to see more there because, I played Talos 1 and for a very short time, but it was very narratives puzzle game. So I want to see more of that. I really like those games.
Nvda coming out in 2024 on PS5. Scott, your thoughts on that one?
Appeared to be thoughtful, very emotionally led, and I like the idea of that too. As I get older, I want games to make me feel things.
No, which is fair, right? Then we saw Cat Quest in 2024 as well. PS5,
I'm feeling
PS4 as well. I didn't think we get it on PS4, but it looks like we're actually still going to get a couple titles coming over to PS4. One that this is where things started to really kind of take a turn in this showcase was for me when we saw Nvda. Okay, things are getting a little quirky. This was cool. I'm okay with that. Cat Quest comes out. I'm like, all right. Not for me, but I know you're down for that. And then Foam Stars from Square Enix came out, and I was like, no, this doesn't work. This just doesn't work. This is now starting to crush the expectations of this showcase for me.
Stepping into negative territory for Foam Stars.
Very negative.
It's unfortunate. I'm not really sure what we saw out of Foam Stars can really... I don't know how to make much sense of it, and it wasn't exactly awe-inspiring, but...
No, absolutely not. Dude, the Plucky Squire, though, looks kind of good. That one looked pretty fun.
That does look fun.
One that's been over in the world of PC is making its way over to PS5. It's Teardown. It's a pixelated destruction game, which is very cool. You go in, you set it up, you build everything, and then you just blow them up. It's a heist game, believe it or not. It's kind of neat. And then the horrible hidden secret we finally saw yesterday was Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, Scott. Finally. Again, though, cinematic trailer. Dude, no gameplay whatsoever, right? And that's kind of one of those things. It's cinematic, and that's all we really saw here moving forward. I'm like, yo, we know Metal Gear is being made. That is not a well-kept secret whatsoever. And then at the end of it, there's a developer who comes out and says, yeah, we're working on the game, but nobody's stated who the developer is. Nobody knows who's actually making the game, which is so bizarre to see. Is it Konami making it? We're like, yeah, we know you don't put trust in us right now because of Metal Gear Survive. So we better not come out and say we're the ones making this. Or is it Blue Point making this from the ground up? And we're like, what is this? You start with an ant. It showcases an ant as the beginning of the cinematic trailer, and a frog and a bird.
Yeah, I was thinking, what is this? I'm thinking of Small Lands, games that I've played more recently, and then no, never mind. That's Snake. But they did have a little statement here that I want to touch on here. They have said, we are remaking Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, one of the most beloved installments of the Metal Gear series. Correct. We are working hard for Snake Eater to be faithful recreation of the original story and game design, while evolving the gameplay with stunning visuals and a seamless user experience. Simultaneously, we will deliver the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection series, the most complete compilation that celebrates the 35th anniversary of the series. That is something that's coming out as well. There's been some talk about, is that a brand new version of Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and then 3? How does that work? Because 3 is being redone, so it's unclear to me whether that's the HD remakes that were done on 360 brought forward.
It's that part.
It's also worth noting there's Volume 1 indicating a volume 2 could be coming.
Well, so the volume 1, I don't think is even necessary because we've had it come over from PlayStation 3. Like that was already there, right? You can go back and get those games. They were
I rebought
on
them actually. Very
PlayStation
recently.
Plus, and it's in that collection as well. Like there's other things like that's weird. Your big reveal was Metal Gear Solid 3 coming back, which is fantastic for me, right? Snake Eater is one of my favorite of all time. One of my favorite games of all time. So when we get into this, I'm like, yeah, this is here. Okay, cool. Cinematic trailer, no gameplay. That's disappointing. Does that mean Keeley's got something queued up for us for Summer Game Fest? Maybe that's when we get the gameplay and they're just setting this up. So I have hopes for that, Scott. But it was just kind of more cinematic, right? And this is just not the showcase that we're looking for. We want to see these AAA bangers come out and just be wowed from the minute this showcase starts until it ends. And it didn't really wow us until Metal Gear showed up. There's a couple cool looking titles there, obviously. Like, oh, that looks cool. That looks cool. That's great. This is good to see, but our socks weren't blown off at the end of the day. This is like a nice step up from a state of play, but not a showcase. When we're getting into that E3 realm now, is that territory is now we're setting up. E3 is canceled. We all know that. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
So, but everybody else is getting a showcase now for that same time period because it's now E3 season, right? We're getting geared up for E3. This isn't a state of play. It is a showcase. And they didn't come out for a showcase. They came out for a state of play. And it was unfortunate for me. But another game that did catch our eye though, Scott, is Towers. So we've been going back and forth on how to pronounce this one because nobody really knows. Is it Towers of Azkaban? Is I think what we're going with?
I think it's Agasba.
Either way, it's a weird name, but it looks
It
really,
auto-corrected
really cool.
to Aghast.
Yeah, so there's that. The game is gorgeous looking. It is massive creatures, dude. Like the art style in this one and the direction has me pretty pumped. But we're not getting it until 2024.
It's nice and clean, but it still has an anime aesthetic, but not rough. If that makes sense, a very clean, polished version of that.
Almost comic book like art style, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
It makes me think of like web comics.
Okay. Yep, sure. And then we saw more Final Fantasy 16. That's something I don't think any of us need to see anymore. We just need the game.
We already saw a lot of that on the State of Play, I believe.
Yeah. Alan Wake 2 coming out on October 17th is cool. Something I did not expect to see, Scott, was Assassin's Creed Mirage. But leaked once again, Ubisoft horrible at actually kind of holding to their own. The release date was leaked October 12th, which has me excited. I'm glad they're out of that September window because September looks like it's going to crush everything. So get out the way. It's kind of one of those things.
October is getting really packed now as a result, though. Alan Wake on the 17th and Mirage on the 12th. There's something on the 13th that I'm failing to recall.
I'm excited to see Assassin's Creed go back to its roots. I think that's where, like, we were watching yesterday, and the parkour element was there, and I was like, yes, it is back, right? There's that. There's a lot of stealth elements making its return. Throwing knives were back again. I'm like, yo, we are getting that return to form, and it's nice. I can't wait to hear more of Basim's story and get my hands on that.
It did show a bit of combat as well, though. You can drop the gloves.
Yep, absolutely you can. Revenant Hill, it was there as well. Grand Blue Fantasy, which I honestly thought was Dragon Quest.
Yeah, we both really thought that was Dragon Quest. I saw a character wearing red early on in the trailer as well. I thought that was indication enough. Nope.
Ultros was this weird other game looking thing. Man,
I really like the look of the color and everything on that. I'm excited about that one.
Tower of Fantasy. A lot of games, really, nothing dropped too much as of yesterday, and this is kind of where it was a little frustrating to see that. Dragon Dogma, though, was getting some new news. Dragon's Dogma 2, so that's cool. Five Nights at Freddy, Scott.
Yeah.
Really necessary to see that there? I didn't expect to see that one there. And then that was kind of it until we got into five, Scott. Just 5 PSVR 2 games, and I was just like, really, this is it, which was disappointing. Resident Evil 4 VR mode, something we know what was being talked about was coming.
That looked really cool. It was really exciting to me, though.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Arizona Sunshine, which is over the top, okay, fun. Crossfire Sierra is going to be there.
Oh, after Crossfire X, I do not have much faith.
Yeah, for sure. Synapse looks super cool. Very excited to see that one. And finally making its way over to PSVR 2 is Beat Saber, which should have been there as a launch title, and the fact that it wasn't blows my mind. But that was
very curious. I think it launches with the Queen DLC.
Yes, it does. So, man, I don't know. I was pretty disappointed to see that that's all we have. Like, I'm worried my PSVR 2 now is just going to collect dust. Right? After that, we got into Bungie's newest title, Marathon. And another PvP extraction shooter coming out of the PlayStation realm. Dude, do we need another one?
Oh, and Marathon is strange coming back from Bungie. Yeah, Marathon was considered to be the precursor to Halo way back in the day. We're going beyond 20 years ago now. So to see Marathon come back is interesting at all.
Right.
And I don't know enough of it to know if PvP extraction shooter makes sense, but I didn't think so.
It was
like
a weird
Halo
cinematic
extraction
trailer.
shooter would be strange too.
Another cinematic experience, right? We didn't get any gameplay. We really don't know what we're getting into there. Then Firewalk, the most recent purchase studio over there for PlayStation, showed us Concord, which again was another sci-fi cinematic. Dude, just cinematic.
May have all been a still image as well. There was really nothing shown.
Yeah, absolutely. Followed up with that was the Gran Turismo movie, which I don't feel needed to be there. I get you're looking to push that, so yeah, it's coming around. What I was excited though for was Project 8. And Project 8 is this actual handheld streaming platform that will work with your PS5.
I think that's Project Q actually.
Sorry, Project
8
Q.
is
What
the earbuds specifically?
Right, that's where it went over to. So they announced two things: Project Q for the streaming platform, super cool. An 8-inch screen. It's only LCD, which is kind of disappointing to see. Is done an LED. Right? Like that kind of blows my mind. Why would you do that? Earbuds.
Yeah, Nintendo set the standard for OLED now, I thought. We're all moving forward.
Yeah, we're definitely moving forward, right? So why are we going behind the times here? But we'll see. Either way, I'm looking forward to checking that out. I think that'd be a nice little platform for me. I'm looking for a way to tap into my PS5 after I've kind of stepped away from the couch, sort of thing. And then
and we all owe a salute to the Wii U.
Yes, we do. And then to follow up and end off, which I thought they should have started the showcase with, was Spider-Man 2.
Which exciting to see, but not necessarily a surprise.
Well, that's one of the games we actually knew about, right? Where was The Last of Us? What is Ben working on? There's so many other questions going. Where's Ghost of Tsushima 2? What's Guerrilla's next title? I know they're not ready to show that because they just gave us Horizon Burning Shores. So granted, they're busy working on whatever they're working on next. What's Blue Point up to? Like, when it said AAA games, we were kind of expecting first-party games, and we didn't see any of those. What's Santa? I guess God of War Ragnarok just came out, so Santa Monica is obviously busy working on planning their next steps. So there's a couple to see, but Spider-Man is expected. The Last of Us multiplayer, I was expecting. Didn't see that.
I wasn't expecting to see Abandoned, but that would have been a pleasant surprise at this point.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Overall, very underwhelming of a showcase.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's what it does. It kind of seems to be around the consensus of everybody. We were hoping for a heck of a lot more, and we just didn't get there. But what we are getting over on Xbox is a few of these games over from the PlayStation Showcase, Scott. They quickly tweeted out after the showcase, followed up with, here's some games you're going to be getting as well on the Xbox platform. Alan Wake 2, Assassin's Creed Mirage, Cat Quest, Pirates. Oh, man, I'm not even going to do that, Scott. Dragon's Dogma 2, Ghost Runner 2, Immortals of Avium, Marathon, Bungie's newest title. Keep that in the back of your mind. Metal Gear Solid, Snake Eater, Neva, Teardown, The Plucky Squire, and The Talos Principle 2. Scott, just under half of the games we saw yesterday, the showcase, are also coming to Xbox. Does this set Xbox up now for their showcase?
I think so. I think that's the biggest result out of all of this, is that this may have been underwhelming and maybe not necessarily negative. We can still say it's a positive but underwhelming.
Sure.
But what it is a very slow pitch in slow motion over to Xbox that's ready to bat it right out of the park. Hopefully. They could, of course, waffle completely and fail, but this is not terribly hard to follow up as long as the right set pieces are there.
We need to see the first party games. That's what we were looking to see here on the PlayStation. We didn't get those. Here's the Xbox opportunity now to show us their first party lineup, right? We do already know we're getting Starfield this year. That's the biggest thing coming next. Do we get anything else this year? We're getting Forza, right? So there is that coming as well. Their big motorsport game.
there's cards not yet revealed. The Perfect Dark, the Fable. You could pull those out and show us in a certain way, as long as it's not the logo a second time.
Yes. Yeah. Again, show me gameplay. I don't want to see the cinematics. I want to know what I'm playing, right? How does this look? How does this gear us towards things? And granted, that does take time in production to make sure you are at that ready. But, man, we need to see more. I'm hoping. I have high hopes now as it being left off really cold with PlayStation. I'm hoping Xbox can kind of pick my spirits back up, Scott. But maybe this can pick your spirits up as well. There's an update to Prince of Persia, the Sands of Time remake. Michael over at Ubisoft had this to say. Last year, Ubisoft announced the Prince of Persia, the Sands of Time remake project was moving to Ubisoft Montreal, where the studio that created the 2003 original would take over development. While the project is still heavily under wraps and won't be at the Ubisoft Forward in June, Scott, something I feel that they needed to get out in front of and say, hey, we are not ready, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's very much
That's
alive.
the big one that I want to see.
Right? And Ubisoft News had a chance to speak with the producer. You can definitely go check that out. I think the highlight here, Scott, is just that they're working on the game still. It is not canceled. I think that's the biggest takeaway, right? What are your thoughts?
Oh, Ubisoft has had a little bit of rough waters we've seen lately, so I'm glad that they did acknowledge it. Exactly what you said. It's need to acknowledge it so we're not just on the edge of our seat waiting for it the entire presentation.
No, absolutely. That's the biggest thing moving forward is kind
of
setting standards.
Do you think we'll get Prince of Persia has joined Rainbow Six Siege?
Oh, man. I don't know.
If they take any longer on it.
Maybe, right? They got to make some skins to help out with the production of the game. It is one of those. Prince of Persia, we thought nobody was blown away. We're very underwhelmed, so they took it back and brought it in-house, right, to the original creators of the game, which is nice to see as well. I'm glad they didn't just scrap it, but let's take the time it's going to take to make this game proper and give us what the fans really truly need. Kind of like Skull and Bones, how many years it's taken. So
we're gonna get that first, though.
I don't know if we'll get Skull and Bones first at this point. I'm surprised they haven't canceled that game. That game is in
I am too.
Big troubled waters over there, Scott. Man. Dude, we have a couple games out today. What do we have today?
We have Hello Neighbor Search and Rescue. This is on PlayStation VR, PlayStation VR 2, The Quest, and PC. I'm very curious to know more on that, actually. I would like to direct you that. We have Maquette on the Switch, The Case of the Golden Idol on Nintendo Switch as well, and The Lord of the Rings Gollum has released on PlayStation 4, 5, Xbox One, X and S, and PC. That has released today.
And not too well-received reviews.
A bit of a bruising, yeah.
Yeah, we just received our code yesterday on the game. There's usually a reason why we receive some of these games late, and the score is popping out this morning or from PC, and that seems to be
not confidence-inspiring, but I like to keep a clean palette for myself. We'll see.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to check it out. We're going to get in there. We're going to play it and see how well this kind of plays out, but at the end of the day, from what we've been seeing around the ecosphere, it hasn't gone all that well, which is disappointing because the Lord of the Rings is such a beloved IP.
Is it Andy Serkis just riffing for 6 hours?
I don't know is he even involved in the game at all, or is he just kind of sitting on the outside going, "What did you guys just do to my character?" Right?
He's been replaced by Benedict Cumberbatch.
It's so disappointing. That's too bad. But we'll have our full thoughts on that here shortly in the coming weeks. But Scott, just like that, the show is over. Everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with us. This has been ITG Daily, the show that brings you the hottest in gaming news each and every day at 11 a.m. Eastern over on YouTube, Twitch, and all the other ecospheres around the world. Of course, InsideTheGame.ca is one place you can check us out, and TV networks, and now, as of recently, the Fired Up Network. So until tomorrow, everybody, I'm Drew. That's Scott. We'll see you inside the game.
That was our newest member to join the Fired Up team, Inside the Game. Hope you liked it. They have a daily and a weekly show. So that's Inside the Game, and we're very happy to join Inside the Game here on the Fired Up Network. I'm going to give you a scoreboard update at the end of the second period. Game 4 of the Western Conference Final, Vegas Golden Knights 2, Dallas Stars 2. In the NBA, Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Final, all Boston. 10 minutes left in the third quarter. Boston 63, Miami 44. Major League Baseball, the Blue Jays get doubled up on by the Tampa Bay Rays 6-3. End of 8th, Baltimore leads Yankees 3-0. Bottom of the 8th, 5-5 tie, Phillies and the Braves. Top of the 8th, the Mets lead Cubs 7-1. San Fran, bottom of the 7th, leads Milwaukee 1-0. Oakland, mid-first, leads Seattle 2-0. And finals, we'll get to Marty Robertson in just a second. Finals, St. Louis beats Cincinnati 2-1. Colorado 7, Miami 6. San Diego 8, Washington 6. And Detroit 7, the White Sox 2. Now, as mentioned, we're going to be joined by Marty Roberts here, the grizzled young veteran. He's going to say what's wrong with the Toronto Blue Jays. But Marty, somebody in the Fired Up Network family has texted this to me, and I'm going to read it. Your Highness, your President of the Provinces of Canada, you know who this is. Sorry, I could not make the show today. I'm coaching. Ask Marty Roberts if the Blue Jays will win 95 games. Thank you, sir.
We should just tell him to concentrate on the game he's coaching because his team is sub 500 right now.
Sub 500. Do you know
he can't say he's playing. His team is playing better than the Blue Jays because they're not.
Well,
so maybe Billy the Greek, Mr. Corporate G.
Bulldogs.
What's that?
He's the manager of the year for the East York Bulldogs. How many managers are there in East York?
Well,
one.
In his head, he's the manager of the year.
All right. Anyways, let's get to something almost as important. The Blue Jays, after the game, losing 6-3 to Tampa Bay Rays, losing 3 out of 4. How do one game they score 20 runs? Beat Tampa, the best team in the league, by 19. I said 19. I said again, 19 runs, 20-1 in the next two games. And let's first start off, because we got to dissect this problems. They're 26-25. All right? 26-20. That means 51 games. All right? There's 162 games, 51 games played, 26-25. After the 51 game mark, Marty, yes or no answers. Did you expect them to be 26-25?
No.
Okay. Not. After the 51 game and probably the 10th start in the season, 8-9 start in the season, Alek Manoah to be 1-5 with an ERA of like 12.
Did not expect that either.
Okay. Now, did you expect Vlad Guerrero? Yes, he hit a grand slam in the 20-1 game, have 8 home runs, 33 RBIs, and this team, offensive-wise, they're actually better than last year. Did you expect that?
They expect them to be better offensively than last year. I did.
All the things we talked about.
I did expect them to be better offensively. I knew they wouldn't hit as many home runs, which they haven't. But run-wise, they're ahead of last year's pace. Like when you look at this team, it just floors me. Like you look at this, and batting average in the American League, they're third. You know, Tampa and Texas is who's ahead of them. Slugging percentage, they're seventh. On base percentage, third. OPS, they're sixth. Homers are even eighth in the American League. So they're nowhere below the top 10 until you get to runners in scoring position. That's where they drop to 10th. So when you look at that, you're like, well, you know what? They should be better than what they are. So I honestly think that, you know, besides Manoah, yes, Manoah has been like 5 losses for him.
5 terrible losses.
Yeah,
like
5
terrible.
losses for him this year already is unacceptable. I don't care. You know, I was thinking before, okay, I was given the benefit of maybe he's sore. Maybe he's got an injury. It's not. To me, it's the same stuff over and over and over. When he goes out there, it's the same thing. Nothing's any different than what he's doing. You know, he walked another 5 guys today. 2 outings ago, he walked 7 guys. That's not a recipe for success when you're going to walk guys like that, because all guys will do is just sit. There's no need to swing if you're not going to be around the strike zone, right?
Yep.
So that just is concerning for me. And I said he had 2 or 3 more starts, and you know they got to think about sending him down if he doesn't fix it. And you know I'll give it to him today. He struck out. I want to say it was Ramirez. I think that's who. I'm not 100% sure. Anyways, he struck him out. Yes, it bounced, but Kirk was lazy getting to the ball.
Yeah.
Which allowed him to beat the ball out. So there's a guy that probably should have been out. Then you had a double play ball to Kevin Biggio. And what does he do? He fumbles it in his glove before he gets it off to Bichette. So really, those first 3 earned runs, there should be none. There was no errors on the play. You can't say an error happens because it was going to be a double play. You can't anticipate a double play when you're scoring. So today again, defense let them down. The other day, when the Bassett game, defense let them down. So for a team that made trades to get better defensively, the guys that they still have from last year are not pulling their socks up defensively. Chapman, I love Chapman, but hasn't been the greatest over at third. 4 errors already for him. Bichette. Vlad is like, I think 11th or something like that in fielding. 16th in fielding percentage amongst first basemen this year. Bo's 11th. Chapman's 8th. You know, Kiermaier and Springer are at the top. Varsho's where he's supposed to be. The catchers are nowhere to be found in the top 15. They can't throw guys out, and they struggle behind there. So there's concern, Joe. There really is. Like I really can't figure it out because they should be better than they are.
So I'm gonna. Hopefully you don't get mad at me, but I'm gonna go back to original question of because I liked when somebody called Highness. All right, are you concerned slightly, just slightly? 95 is not gonna happen.
Oh, 95 is not happen. I said that last week. I took it down to 92. Right?
You think 92 will happen?
My original thing was 92. Then it went up to 95. You know what? 92 could be, if they don't figure this out in the next, man, they got to figure this out this week. They do. They got Minnesota.
Off air. And we said, and we both agreed, Schneider has 2 weeks or else massive changes are going to happen. Mattingly is waiting there. There was no reason to bring Mattingly here. Okay. So Mattingly, and forget about Mattingly. It goes upstairs more because we talked about pitching coaches and hitting coaches and all that. When is somebody going to hold Shapiro, Atkins accountable?
Yeah, I could tell you, Rogers isn't going to be happy spending whatever it was, $250, $260 million, whatever the case was this year that they spent, and they're in last place in the AL East right now, 1 game over 500. There is going to be heads rolling if this doesn't turn around, and turn around fast. It has to. Like, the winning division is probably out of the question. They're 10.5 games back.
No,
that's out of the question. Now they're
maybe
only 3
the
games.
Second wild card, not the
3
first
games out of the wild card. You know, they're only 3 games behind or 4 games behind the Yankees. So wild card is what they're looking at for now, and hopefully they get a wild card spot and they figured everything out. Because today, to me, was a must win. And you decided to sit Springer, sit Merrifield, and put in Biggio, put in Lucas, move Varsho up to the 2-hole.
You put in a AAA lineup against the best team in the league.
I get it. You want to give your guys a rest. But you know what? You got to go to them and say, hey, guys, we need this. You're in. Because he pinch hit with Springer and Merrifield later in the game anyways. So I don't get that lineup he put out there today after you've just got embarrassed in 2 of the, they won 21. Whoopie doodah. They won 20-1. They scored 10 runs or where it was against position players, and we got all excited. Well, not me. The Blue Jays got all excited. Vlad hits a grand slam and pimps it a little bit. You hit it off of a guy throwing 50 miles an hour.
He got struck out with a guy who threw 50 miles an hour too.
To me, I'm old school, Joe, when it comes to baseball, and I think there's still, you got Vlad joking around at first base. To me, he's not doing good enough to keep joking around at first base. He's coming up in clutch situations of late, and Bichette too.
Yep.
And they haven't come up clutch.
And here's the whole problem with Vlad and Bichette. And we haven't talked about this, so maybe we have, but not lately. Okay, both these guys are coming up for contract. You cannot spend 100 because one guy wants 40 million, the other guy probably wants 35 or 40 million too, and all that. Can't be two guys making 80 million, much like the Maple Leafs. Okay, not 80, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
So now it looks like you're going to select Vlad. Now, how does Bo Bichette feel? And is Bo Bichette really pissed off? Or because I know you're going to say, well, it's much like Dubas. So I'm going to sign everybody. You can't sign. When you have two of the same guys, they grew up together. They came through the system together. Their fathers were Major League Baseball players. Yeah, Vlad has a bigger name, but Bo comes out and hits and all that. Who do you select? Because there's only one guy you're going to get $40 to $50 million. The other guy's going to make half that.
Well, the good thing about Major League Baseball for retaining guys is there's no salary cap. So if Rogers wants to go and spend it, they can spend it. Rogers is one of the wealthier owners in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Not many have the assets that Rogers has. So if Rogers decides they want to keep both Bo and Vlad, they can. They will. Right? None of them are going to get $40 or $50 million, that's for sure. But you could still sign both of them and get them under contract for 8, 9, 10 years, whatever the case may be, if they want that. So they can do that. Whereas with the Leafs, it's a little different. There's a hard salary cap. You can't go over it. Major League Baseball doesn't have that. So I'm not concerned about who they sign, either Bo or Vlad or both, or let them both walk. If they want them, they're there for them. They can spend the money, which we've seen Rogers has done over the last 3-4 years. They've gone out and they spent the money. When those guys truthfully come up, which is I think 3 years, it's either 3 or 4 years that they're free agents. By that time, there's a lot of guys off the books. So it won't matter if they want to keep them or not. They'll have the money. Like you look at, like I said, this is just so puzzling to me. Like the Jays, even ERA-wise, are 11th in Major League Baseball. Not terrible. Not terrible.
And imagine if they had Manoah and all these guys pitching like they're supposed to, they would be 4th in Major League Baseball.
You have Manoah that's in the 5 ERA range. Kikuchi's now coming back down to earth. He's in the 4.5 ERA range. And you still have a team ERA sub 4.
Yeah.
Yes, you got Bassett and Gossman that shove every time out. Your bullpen is struggling in spots like Garcia. It's time for him not to be in any high leverage situations till he figures out how to get guys out.
Yeah.
Like I think opponents are hitting like 280 against them. He's walking too many guys. It's time to give Pearson that high leverage spot all the time. So your 3 guys that are high leverage now are going to be Swanson, Romano, and Pearson. And the other guys would be your fillers in, right? Meza. Well, Meza, the way he's throwing this year, like the ERA is, I think, 1.
Yeah.
And that's pretty damn good for Meza. He's gone in there. He's done it against righty and lefties. That was really tough last year. He couldn't get righties out. He's doing them both this year. He's looking really confident out there. But, Joe, you're right. They got to change something up. This is their second team meeting in weeks.
In 2 weeks, yep.
And, truthfully, you shouldn't have to have
the players. It's about time. And he pitched for the Blue Jays and all that. When is somebody going to call out Pete Walker? Yes, you talked about they have good ERAs or whatever, but technically, your number 1 pitcher, which you're going to say Gosman, but he was actually the number 1 pitcher, Manoah, struggling like nothing. Either send him down or do something, give him more reps, throw better curveball, something has to happen. Your number one pitcher does not fall off a cliff at that age.
See,
that
here's the
bad.
unfortunate thing when you're into the season, Joe, and someone isn't conditioned to play the season, it ain't going to happen for the whole season. You can't just all of a sudden work it and get yourself into condition to hit, to run, to field, to throw. And that could be part of Manoah's problem is he's not conditioned very well. So, and you know what else too is probably bothering him a little bit, because we saw last year he was a guy that took his time in between pitches, rubbed that ball up, stare down someone. He doesn't have that time this year because there's the pitch clock. So he's got 15 or 20 seconds, whatever the case is, to get back on there and get ready to throw. I think that's messing with him. He can't go through all his things he used to do beforehand, and that might be messing with him. And he better find it out. Like, if he doesn't figure this out, the Jays can't win with only having Gausman and Bassett, and every now and then
Kikuchi and
Barrios, right? You can't. So Manoah, whether it was right or wrong, they gave him that number one title. He has to figure it out. And if that means sending him back down to AAA to figure this out, or send him to Dunedin to figure it out, that's what they have to do.
I'm into that. All right. Blue Jays. Anything else you want to touch on the Jays?
Well, I just don't understand some of the things that are going on. Like, it's
quite puzzling because, and yet again, and I'm sorry, we're in the media also. I know new age media on Viva Live TV, on Roku and all this. But when is somebody going to call out the Jays? When you look at Sportsnet, I know they're the owners of the Jays or whatever. Nobody calls them out. Nobody calls out the Leafs. What's going on in this Toronto media? When you play well, fine, praise you. If you play horrible, give you crap also. But nobody criticizes anybody. When they have the runners in scoring position, do something. Where is it?
Yeah, there's some things that just aren't happening. Like, they do drive guys in when there's runners on, but they've got an awful lot of guys get on base that they leave out there. And part of that problem is that, unfortunately, right now, they're coming up with guys like Varsho, who hasn't been hitting very well. Kirk's coming up. Belt's coming up with these guys on base. You're going to have to figure out something to, whether you drop, like Varsho can't, it's much like Varsho. He's not a guy that you can rely on to drive in your runs. He was the guy that was going to get you 25 homers, 70 RBIs, and play really good defense. Have him at the 7-8 hole. But when you got him batting 4 or 5, and today 2, you're not positioned to win.
All right, Marty, you could see I'm checking my phone here, and the same person, dear President of the Provinces of Canada. Wouldn't you like to have the hair Ernest Gurriel back, considering what he's doing in Arizona right now? Can you ask the grizzled young veteran, Marty Roberts? Marty?
No, I wouldn't want him back. It's simple. I wouldn't want him back. The only piece that I didn't like when it happened was Moreno. I did not want that piece to go. But like everything is, and for prospects. He's a prospect. Will he be good? I think he's going to be pretty damn good defensively. What's he going to do offensively? We don't know yet. We'll see when that comes. Whereas Gurriel, we already know. He gets streaky, and then he falls off the earth. Then he gets streaky, he falls off the earth. You got a guy who's probably, outside of batting average, him and Varsho will probably end up with the same numbers. Gurriel will have a better batting average, but home runs and RBIs will be the same. The difference will be Varsho will not run you out of innings, and Varsho will not throw away games in the outfield. That'll be the difference there. So no, I don't miss Gurriel.
So let me ask you this. I'm going to put your general manager hat, president's hat on there. You're Blue Jays management, all right? For today's May 25th. Let's say June 5th, 10 days from now.
Mm-hmm.
They're still struggling. Who's the first player or first person you move? Because you cannot sit like this. You cannot sit like they said about Pakistan Pat. Okay? You can't sit like that. You had expectations and they're not met. So either pitching coach gets, hitting coach gets, manager gets, and then let's say the players get. What would you do?
Well, there's only a couple players that I could see moving, and they're not regular guys. Like, Bijou, bye-bye. It's time that his time with the Jays is over. I just said Garcia. Garcia might be a guy, but again, this is something that you're going to look at to get rid of. But is anyone going to want them back? I don't know if they will. So you're going to have to say, okay, if we have a feeling that Chapman isn't going to re-sign with us, do we trade him right now and get something back from him? If you do that, you're writing the year off.
So
you're writing the year off.
What do you think?
I don't think so. I think they will make a move, but it won't be to touch any of their core guys.
No, you think Chapman's going to sign or not?
I think Chapman re-signs with the Jays. Yeah, I do. I do. I think it'll be like a 3 to 5 year deal, somewhere in the neighborhood of $22 million per year. That's what I think Chapman will get. I said this to a buddy of mine the other day, and I think a way to correct this lineup and make it really dominant is you got to make one change. And to me, that's at the top of the batting order. Right? So at the top of the batting order, if you can get Springer out of that 1 hole, move him down to the 5 hole, that lineup then becomes pretty good. So I said Miami's pretty much out of it. Right? Miami, it's early on. They're in a tough division as well. They're not going anywhere. Do you go to Miami? Yes, they just got him from Minnesota in Ariza. But do you go to Miami and say, hey, what would it take for us? Because there's your leadoff hitter right there. This is a guy who bats 340, 350, just gets on base. And then gets on base for the guys behind him.
Yeah.
So is that something that the Jays could look to do and say, and they're going to have to get up a little bit for him because Miami gave up Lopez to get Ariza.
Yeah.
One of the better starting pitchers in the American League. So they would have to look at that and see would that work. I think it would if you could get someone to and then leave Bo and Vlad and behind there. Maybe even you could drop them down one, and maybe if you put Springer even 2 hole and it's 3, 4, 5, whatever. But if you can get Springer out of that 1 hole and get a leadoff guy like Ariza, that would work wonders for this rotation, for this batting order. Because once you get below Chapman now, it's a big drop off.
Yeah,
it's truthfully a big drop off. Their catchers, yes, Danny's had a couple game winning shots that over the last, but still, you got your catchers not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Exactly.
And that's a big, because everyone thought Kirk was an all-star last year. Look at this guy. What's he doing this year? He looks to me he's honestly, Joe, he is a guy that to me, if I'm Atkins, I'm already on the phone and I'm sending him to Buffalo.
But here's the other thing, and I don't know if I should equate it, but I'll equate it. He's the catcher, right?
Yep.
Who's the pitcher who looks like him?
Well, and he struggled with him. The one good outing that he's had was against Jansen. Was that lucky? I don't know if that was just fluke or whatever. But like Kirk, just to me, we're going to take
a more mobile catching.
Well, I'm going to take that out of the equation, Joe. I'm just going to take that out. That I'm not going to take his size into consideration right now.
Okay.
What I'm going to take in consideration here is his attitude, what it perceives, what it gives off to other people, laziness. Everything he does is laziness. He doesn't run out balls. I don't care if you're slow or not. Run them out hard. Blocking balls, he doesn't do very good. The issue with Judge last week was on Kirk. Wasn't on anyone but Kirk. Kirk sitting outside forever. Obviously, the first base coach is going to tell Judge, hey, he's setting up outside, just look outside. If Kirk is going to go there and sit there for all that time out there, you deserve to get a shot hit off you.
Yeah. Yep.
So I think Kirk goes down, and I think it's Brantley and Heineman that are down there.
Heineman got called up
So
today.
and Jansen's a little banged up. So,
Yeah.
but to me, you got to send a message to Kirk. It hasn't worked. He doesn't look like he's listening. His swings are just to put the bat on the ball, and that's that. There's no power with him this year. Zero.
And everybody who says, and you hear it all the time, oh, it's still early. It's still BS. It's still early. We're 51 games, and when you hear go.
Here's the problem with people saying it's early, Joe. It's not like years past. You're playing 6 less games against your divisional opponents. You're done with Tampa Bay and the Yankees till September now.
Yep.
So any chance that you're going to try and make this up is going to be awfully tough now against those two teams. So you got to hope that somewhere along the line, Tampa Bay really comes back there. And Baltimore, like everyone's forgetting about
They're
Baltimore.
winning again.
Baltimore is second in the division, only 3.5 games behind Tampa. So think of how good Tampa's been. Baltimore's not far off of being that good.
And remember, we're talking about Baltimore, right? And Tampa's 37-15. Okay, 37-15. They cooled down a little bit from the hot start, but Baltimore consistent. Baltimore's 34 wins, right? So it's like,
well, and here's the issue too. We got Pearson and I said this. Pearson's in the bullpen, throws 100 miles an hour, and we're putting him in high leverage situations.
Yeah.
Baltimore has some guys that are young, throw 100 miles an hour. Let's just throw them right in the fire. Let's see what they can do, and it's worked out for them.
And
so why are we not saying, Pearson, whether he's being screwed, I think somehow he got screwed in this whole deal. Injuries were part of it, but once he became healthy, they decided not to call him. I don't know why. I have no idea why. But this is a guy that's throwing 100, tops out at 101. His slider, his curveball become better, and he's more confident on that mound. Yet, like I said, you have him in non-pressure situations coming in, except for the other night, yes, but that was processed because they didn't have any arms left. You also look at Swanson and Romero. They've pitched an awfully lot early in the season.
Yeah.
And that's because the Jays have been in a lot of close games. You can't have Swanson throwing 80-plus games in a season. You just can't. Romano's on pace, I think, for 70 games. You can't do that. So the two best guys in that bullpen are getting tired, being used this early in the season. And, I like the Zaluto guy down in AAA, but unfortunately, for some reason or another this year, he can't throw a strike.
No.
So another guy who throws 100 miles an hour, but he's struggling down there. Now, do they just say, let's bring him up and see? I don't know. Garcia to me is that guy that's now Richards. As much as I'm not a big Richards guy, he's doing his job. Coming today through 2 or 3 innings today, no runs again. His ERA is 3.6 or something. He's doing what he's supposed to do. Right? He's that guy that's eating up innings for you. If you need him tomorrow for another 3, guess what? Richard's going to say, yeah, put his hand up. I'm ready for you.
Yeah.
Right? So Bass is starting to throw a little bit better. It's Garcia is a big issue because Schneider is still using him in high leverage situations, and it's not working. So move him out of that spot.
Again, and they have to do this fast. They have to do this fast because we talked about earlier. It's 51 games in the next 2 weeks. We said we give them 2 weeks. They'll get 2 weeks. 51 plus 14. We're talking about 66, 67 wins, 67 games. So it's already nearing the halfway mark. There's pressure on them to say the least. All right, let's we're gonna stay on a little bit here. Let's look at some news in Toronto, not Blue Jays, about the Maple Leafs. Dubas. Now, Shanahan last week, I had to let go Dubas. He came Thursday. He wants to be GM and all that. He wanted more money and all that. Now, today, I don't know if you heard this, Marty. I know you're busy, but the NHL is investigating Dubas. What's this? What do you think is going? Because I mentioned this because rumor has it, and Elliot talked about this, but we never got the credit because we talked about it like how long, 3 months ago, but the Pittsburgh Penguins are interested in Dubas. Where did we hear this first and only on the Fired Up Network, okay? From some grizzled young veteran there, all right? But what do you think if he's caught of what my famous words, chicanery, all right? He's done in the NHL. He's done. Now, that's Dubas. Now the Maple Leafs are looking for a GM. They're talking Brad Treliving. Now, are you going to hire Brad Treliving, who is, I'm going to say this, a yes man, and the guy who traded Matthew Tkachuk to the Florida Panthers, hint, hint, or are you going to call, you probably have his number, Joel Quenneville, who can do coach and GM in one role if you're going to give him $5 million, which you probably are. Who are you going to call, Marty? Are you going to call Ghostbusters?
Well, here. We already know that Shanahan wants a yes man in there. You already know that. For most part, Dubas was that guy. Right? He did what Shanahan wanted. Shanahan wanted a team like this. Dubas did it. Dubas took the brunt of all the punishment, I think. But Shanahan's what wanted this. This was his outlook. What was it? The 5-year Shanny plan, right?
Yeah.
We're on what, number 7 or 8 year, whatever the heck it is now. So Dubas was, they had a guy who wasn't a yes man before Dubas, right? Yeah. And he went back to do things south of the border, right? So I think that's what Shanahan wants. He wants a guy that's just going to listen to him and do what he said. And I know the other day I mentioned it when we were on with Norm. I couldn't remember the team that the trade was vetoed against. It was with Minnesota, and Marc-Andre Fleury was in that deal. And Shanahan said no to it, right? So that's what you got to look at. The president can veto it. I saw, some stuff about the Pittsburgh Penguins, about, Hexel and Burke were pretty much the got it by default because people coming in want to do things a certain way, and the new ownership group did not want that. Yeah. So Hexel and Burke were in agreement with it. And that's why those two were hired and ultimately fired. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in Pittsburgh. If Dubas just does go there, it's not a bad situation to be in when you got still Crosby, Letang, and Malkin there. It's not. You're going to have to decide on some other things there to do, but it could be worse if
basically if you go to Pittsburgh, Crosby, Austin Matthews, similar. Malkin, Mitch Marner, similar. So it's basically you take the Maple Leafs, put them
no goaltending. It's the same.
And defense, same, right? Maybe Pittsburgh got a little bit better defense, right? So it should be interesting to see. Craig Conroy got GM role in Calgary also. Interesting to see but we got to talk about as we close it out here, the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs are not that bad. They actually won one game. And the press conference with Carolina Rod Brindamore. I don't know if you watched that press conference. This is how he went. All right, Marty. This is how we lost 4 in a row. We got swept, but we didn't get swept. But we lost 4 in a row. We tried our best, but but we didn't get swept. We lost 4 in a row. Now, what was he saying?
I think what he was saying, and when you look at it, how many of those games went to overtime in that series? 3 of them or 2 of them?
I think 2 of them.
So 2 of them could have been either way, right? So to be fair there,
with Maple Leafs,
they still got swept 4-0. They didn't even win a single game. So is it time for Carolina to start making some decisions? Right? Wow. They've been a favorite the last couple of years and haven't got there either. Like Florida, they had the tools. You figured it. Like they won. They were number 1 in the league last year.
Yeah.
Right. So you knew they had it. They squeak in this year. They had to work for it. Maybe that's what this all boils down to. If you got to work to make it into the playoffs, maybe that's the way to go instead of having it home and cooled out like the Boston Bruins did this year, like Tampa did a few years ago. If you got a battle to get in there, maybe that makes you better ready for playoff hockey. Because I honestly think, you got Vegas and Dallas are tied 2-2.
8 minutes left in the third. 8 minutes left in the third.
I think, it would not surprise me if Florida wins it all, as long as, the goaltending stays the way it has been, and Kachuk keeps playing the way he is. You're not gonna lose. Like they're doing the way it's supposed to be done, and the moves that were made. It honestly, it worked out probably for both teams, for Calgary and for Florida.
Yeah.
Because Kachuk didn't obviously want to stay in Calgary. So Calgary got the best they possibly could have got from Florida, but Kachuk has just been a beast this year.
I'm going to ask you. I think I asked you this on Monday with Norm. I'm going to ask you this. Who would you pick in the Conn Smythe if they win the Stanley Cup? Keith Kachuk or Matthew Kachuk?
I think it'll be Bobrovsky. I really do. As much as Kachuk has done, without Bobrovsky, like he's played really, really good the last two series. Really good. Probably since he came in from, what is it, the second game of the first round? He came in, or third game, and turned it around. So Bobrovsky, it would have to be him. The way that he's playing, unless he absolutely craps the bed in the finals, I would say you have to give it to him.
Even if they lose, you tell me somebody in Vegas or Dallas had a better Stanley Cup run than Bobrovsky or Kachuk?
Yeah, well, we'll see. It'll come down to that last series, right? Both teams will have, like, I can't see Dallas coming back from 3-0. Even if they are lucky enough to win today, I can't see them coming back to winning 4 straight against Vegas. I just can't see that happening.
But look at the other in basketball. Miami's getting killed by Boston by 20 points, and we're going to Game 6 now. If you're in Miami, and Saturday will be Game 6. If you're in Miami, you're biting your nails like crazy.
Yeah, it went from Miami home and cooled out there winning this to
yeah.
What are we going to do now? The pressure's on Miami now. As much as Boston was that team everyone picked, to go down 3-0 and then come back to take it to 3-2 now. And Boston has some game changers on that team, right? That could do it. So I don't know.
Jaylen Brown there, and so and we'll see. All right, Marty, I'm going to say this. I don't know if there's going to be a soccer show tomorrow, but there is going to be a special show. There's going to be a special show. I spared no expense, Marty. No expense here. Marty, I'm going to ask you the same question, but we're going to have Shauna Brown, the singer, come back here because Tina Turner passed away yesterday. Simply the Best. That song was after me, President of the Province of Canada, the Mayor-elect of North America, soon to be the Mayor of Toronto. Simply the Best, all right? And that's what when Florida wins the Stanley Cup, you're simply the best. They will sing it and all that. Give me your memories, because I know you see Tina Turner. I know, because you see all these. I don't know how you have the money to spend all of the money to see all the concerts in 1970, 1980, 1990, 2000. Boom. After 2000, you're not down with OPP. You're not down with hip hop, jump around. You're not down with that. So 70s, 80s, 90s is your genre. Tell me what you thought about Tina Turner.
Well, she had some legs, didn't she? Tina Turner had some legs.
Don't get me in trouble. I got to say something.
Tina Turner had some legs. No, you know what? Tina Turner, like, look at her. Like, she was in an abusive relationship early in her career. She got through that. And I was listening to Bryan Adams talk today how he credits Tina Turner for making his career. When they did their duet, together in the 80s. I think it was the 80s, he said.
Yeah.
He said if it wasn't for her, he says he doesn't get to where he's at. And then she got married 10 years ago to, I guess, her husband now. And she had Bryan Adams come and sing at the wedding in the backyard. I honestly didn't think she was 83 years old. I thought she was younger. I really did. Like whenever I saw her, now it's been a while since I'd seen her on TV, she looked a lot younger than she was.
Yeah, it's
right.
That. So we're bringing back Shauna Brown tomorrow, and like I said, I'm just trying to text here about the soccer show. We may not have a soccer show, but Marty, it's a big weekend in professional wrestling. Big weekend, and I told you I spare no expense. On Saturday at 1:00, it's Night of Champions from Saudi Arabia. Then Sunday, 8 p.m., NXT presents Battleground, and then AEW, Las Vegas, Double or Nothing. I'm bringing somebody from New Japan Pro Wrestling and AEW, a lady interviewer, and you want to check it out. We're going to have a special show. Emily May here. She's fantastic here. But Marty, I'm going to say this right now. Do you know, with your hat, what hat is that? A Raptor hat or what?
It's Lake Michigan College.
Did you go to Lake Michigan College?
That's where my son went.
Your son went to Lake Michigan College. Wow.
Yep.
Wow. All right. So do you have any scoreboard update before we go on the East York Bulldogs?
I've heard nothing. Nothing. We play again on Sunday against Hyde
If they
Park.
would have won, you would have heard 17 times already,
Well,
right?
I did. Like, I was at the game on Sunday. I stayed for the first game and a little bit of the second game. After I left, all hell broke loose. One of the coaches got thrown out. Billy almost got thrown out. So I think I'm the one who brings like a cool head to that dugout,
cool
which is
head,
scary.
cool head.
Which
Cool
is
head, cool.
scary that I'm the one who brings a cool head to that dugout.
All right. And just before you tell everybody how to get a hold of you, we had a segment with Digit Murphy, of course, the icon legend on NHL Lowdown. And she brought a picture that I was FedEx to me. So I want to say thank you for everything that you have done, Patricia. Patricia got, I called FedEx, got the picture, sent over to Digit. So again, thank you for everything, Patricia, sincerely. And 1968 picture of Digit Murphy, Marty. 1968 picture of Digit Murphy there. So that was, and again here we had Clint Capella, all right, NBA player. We had the Junkyard Dog on tonight. We had Drew Ebanks, Alex Campbell, who changed his Twitter handle to call Fired Up Alex. That's what you should change it. Should be Fired Up Marty or Marty's Fired Up or something like that. All right. Then we had Inside the Game and esports, video games and all that. That's something we're lacking here on the Fired Up Network. But Marty.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff we're lacking, Joseph.
Yeah, well, not you, me.
I was looking for, I thought Taylor Woods would have been on with us today.
Taylor Wood, this is what I'm going. Marty, you're thinking ahead.
You're getting sidetracked though, Joseph.
No,
We're going to keep you straight and narrow here.
Hold on. Taylor Woods has confirmed. I negotiated big time. I added another 0 to her contract. Taylor Woods will be on for every Stanley Cup game pre. We don't know if we're doing post because I don't know what time it starts and if they're going to have double, triple, quadruple overtime. Marty Roberts not staying up till 2 in the morning. All right. So, but Taylor Woods will be on here. We're going to do each and every Stanley Cup game, a pre-game show, maybe a post-game show, maybe the day after. But Taylor Woods is back. Congratulations to Taylor. She signed a new deal, not with a team yet, with a new sponsorship deal. She'll talk about it when she's on here now. But Marty, now I got to tell you this. We're on now Viva Live.
Viva Las Vegas?
Viva Live TV. And, day one, we were on channel 130. He calls me, and kudos to the owner of that, who called me and said, you guys, that guy Marty Roberts with his Michigan hat is simply fantastic. Simply, like Tina Turner, right? Simply, fantastic. So we're going to move you from channel 130 to channel 38. So we're on channel 38 on Viva Live TV, also on Roku, Amazon Fire, and you can't forget the Fire Sticks. Also, Samsung TV Plus, Apple TV, Android TV, LG Smart TVs, Philips TV, and Hisense TV. You know, unbelievable. Plus another 30 apps. Plus, we're still on Momito there. Plus, again, I want to say this again because it got there in super time. Super time. That picture from Digit Murphy. I want to say thank you for everything you have done to FedEx driver Patricia. I really mean it. Marty, say thank you.
She didn't send me anything.
She's going to.
I've been waiting for a calendar from someone else for 2 years now, and I still haven't got that.
Who?
Maybe that was sent by FedEx and it got lost.
No, but that person with the calendar from Florida and all that doesn't talk to me. He talks better to Norton. Talk to him on Monday. He'll get something done. All right.
Hey,
Marty,
I think, Joe, that if the Jays don't figure this out, I have to start watching ping pong.
Paddleball. Come on, paddleball.
What's it called? Pickleball. What's the pickleball?
Yeah, pickleball. That's right. Pickleball. Yeah.
Cornholing.
Yeah. That's right. All right. So, Marty, tell everybody how they get a hold of you. I've done over 4 hours today.
Twitter, Instagram, Old Lefty 22. Do you want me to take us out there, Joseph?
All right. Hold on here. I'll set it up. Go ahead. Take us out.
You want me to take us out?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
A little Tina Turner to take us out on Fired Up Live.
Come on. I'm waiting for the fuse.
There we go. Joseph, we're out with Tina Turner.